I remember school, wanna take shit. God knows, the patience, wanna play God. I remember so well, no, I don't take shit. I got no, but the great is if you wanna play and wanna help, I'll always show up and make it straight. I remember so well, no, I don't take shit. I got no, but the great is if you wanna play and wanna I'll always show up and make it straight. So much thinking, every word I'm moving so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who can be. Hating what you should be getting after it. Facts over tracks. Oh, speaking fast, I know wrong, speaking gas. Think I'm more paying that, but I don't know what that can erase all the past and the pettiness. Overrated the it's hilarious. You think you're worth my top, you're serious because you want you're delirious. You know I'm serious. Get up to me, this ain't no homework. To the heel, you can say that. You feel free, change the last. You believe in what you got, you was built to last. Yeah.
Okay, I think we are ready. I'm ready if you guys are ready. And if you could please let me know if the sound is good. Uh, Sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't. I don't know. I have a nice microphone, but it doesn't hook up to my phone. So, got a dog underneath me. I don't want to roll over his little foot. All right, so let's say hi to everybody first, and then we're going to be going into Eric's last live stream that we never really covered. I did make a few observations, but I didn't really go over it, and I think there's some interesting little nuggets in there that we can glean from. Anyway, so I hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're having a great start to the June uh, season, the June month of June. My dog is just obsessed with those kittens, so I got to kind of keep an eye on him. Uh, we have baby kittens that are having fun. Plants that are growing. Some are just being planted. All right, I am pulling up my chat so I can see you guys. And I'm not even sure if my other phone is going to hold out. I kind of forgot. The time went so fast, and I forgot to charge it. But the one I'm streaming off should be fine. I was going to pull up the chat on my other phone, but it's almost dead. So I'm going to move over to the laptop. Let's see who we have here. All right. I can see it now. It says, say it out loud. Good evening to you. Good to see you tonight. Welcome, say it out loud. Welcome, Florida Life and the Sun. Happy Wednesday to you, too. I think they call it Hump Day. And say it out loud. Let's see. Mary, good to see you tonight, Mary. Hello to you, friend. Hey, Dee, good to see you tonight. She's a very long time subscriber. Good to see you tonight, Dee. She probably sat through over 1,000 Bible studies with us. I did about 2,500 live streams, so she's probably there at least half of that. I don't want to skip anybody. Mary, Florida, D, Red Frog, good to see you in here tonight. Welcome. Yeah, we're going to go over Eric's last live stream, so let me say hi to everybody, and then we'll move on over. I kind of didn't want to, let's see here. Good evening to Kelly. Welcome. Let's see here. Okay. Tie-dye Gammy, good to see you. Welcome. Carla Ray, welcome. I'll say hi for this till I catch up. Hey D, I think you're having a birthday soon. Happy early birthday. Thank you, D. Yes, we've been together a long time and we would remember each other's birthdays. And thank you, D. I appreciate that. Uh, appreciate the birthday wishes. Anyway, I think I'm caught up. Okay. Oh, dear Jane. Good evening to dear Jane. Yes, we have several June bugs in our on our channel. Many June birthdays. We call ourselves June bugs. All right. My birthday was usually about around the last day of school when I was growing up, so it was so fun. Anyway, good evening, dear Jane. You too. All right, so I'm going to move over to this. Hold on a second. So we're going to go over this, and it is a. How long did you go there? 2 hours and 19 minutes. We're going to go at 1.5 speed. Let's see here. And now it's the picture quality might not be the best, and you might not even want to look. You may want to look away. You know what I mean? If it bothers you. Where did my comments just go? That's weird. I got one comment right now from Rose. Good evening to Rose. Why don't I have any? Oh, never mind. I'm on the wrong stream. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. So. All right. Let me get this spun down to the bottom so I know where I'm at. Kelly, you're a June bug too? Hey, not my monkeys. Yours was the first day of school? Not so fun. Yeah. Yeah. I used to like the first day of school when I was growing up. I loved having the new school clothes and figuring out what you're going to wear the first day and all that stuff. And your new notebooks and pens and pencils and all that stuff. I don't even know if they use pens and pencils anymore. But I gotta shut this thing off because it's making me dizzy. Hey, Grace. Good evening to Grace. Welcome, my fellow June bug. Grace is also a June bug. Yeah. Eric is a rough-looking man. Yes, he is, and yes. Yeah, and if you compare him to like 5 years ago, I don't know what's happened. He looks a lot different than he did 5 years ago, that's for sure. Anyway, you could never sleep the night before. The night before the first day of school, I loved the first day of school. I always liked school. In fact, most of school years, I had perfect attendance. I never wanted to miss school. I loved school. I was good in a lot of stuff. Yeah, I liked it. I remember. Here's my memories of my mom. I remember when we were like a couple weeks before school starts. You go school shopping, right? And we used to go to Target, and my mom would bring us to Target. And back then, you could smoke inside of stores. And my mom was a chain smoker, and she still lived to 80 years old. Like 2 packs a day. You know what I mean? And but I remember my mom never went out without a cigarette, and so when we're school shopping, I remember my mom's cigarette hanging out of her mouth, burning, and you could smoke inside the stores. And when she was done smoking, and like everybody else, when you're done smoking, you would drop the cigarette on the floor and step on it. And then at night, the Target janitor would sweep up all the cigarette butts. It's kind of fun. I'm sure my, you know, anyway, I just can't. And then, people started complaining. I don't even know what decade that was. But yeah, I remember. And then I remember always when we got into line with our cart full of stuff, my mom would always light up a last cigarette for the store, and she would smoke the cigarette while we were in line and step on it when she was done. And yeah, you could smoke inside the stores. And I imagine what this clothes smelled like. I grew up with cigarettes, so I thought, it's air to me. But imagine what non-smokers, what they probably. Yeah, poor kids won't remember anything now. Yeah, yeah, I don't know what they do. I heard that they don't even teach cursive language or cursive spelling and cursive writing. Yeah, I like school. Yeah, smoked when we had babies in the house. Yeah, yep, yep. I remember at the very beginning when I first got out of when I did my internship. The ladies in the lab with the doctor's office where I worked at, back in the lab, next to the microscope, there was ashtrays and they're smoking cigarettes while looking through the microscope. Yeah, yeah, you could smoke anywhere. And I remember when they stopped letting people smoke in restaurants and stuff. My mom was not happy. She wanted to walk out. Yeah. You couldn't even see through the smoke in the teacher's lounge, right? Yeah. Well, as a matter of fact, we had a smoking lounge at my high school. We had an indoor smoking lounge and an outdoor smoking lounge. Indoor smoking lounge, it had benches and the malls. You could smoke in the malls. But yeah, our high school had. You're supposed to be 18, I think, or 16 or 17. I don't know. There's a certain age they wanted you to be, but they didn't really care. So the indoor one we smoked cigarettes, and the outdoor one you smoke weed at. And that's a fact. I'm not making that up. That's how it was. But yeah, they let us smoke in school, and when they had an indoor and outdoor lounge for us. But they used to spy on us on the outdoor one because the counselor's office was right over the top of the. Oh my! Hold on, my dog's chicken's done. I want to make sure I didn't forget. Hey, little fella. Alright, sorry about that. I wanted to make sure I didn't forget. Anyway, yeah, a lot different than it is today. Crazy. Yeah, not smoking in bars is weird and stupid. Yeah, but you know what? They still have smoking in the casinos, and so so it's non-smoking most of it, and about 25% down at the end. You have to cut through that area to get to bingo. So we always have to cut through the smoking section. But yeah, they got a huge smoking section at the casino up the road. And oh my goodness, you can taste it in your mouth. Even in the bingo hall, you can smoke. And man, I come home, it's in my clothes, it's in my hair, it's in my mouth, in my nostrils for like 3 days. I can taste it. I can smell it. I can take a shower, put on clean clothes, and I can still taste it for like 3 days. Crazy. Yeah. Yeah, smoking on airplanes. Yeah, you used to be able to do that. Smoking when we had babies. That is funny because it's true. Yep, smoked in the grocery store. Yep. Yeah, it was pretty thick. Those were the good old days, though, because it's just like the rules now are just insane. Everybody's so uptight. And that's why I got a world full of Nancy's, Is that what they're called? No, Karens. Whatever they're called. Karens. A world full of Karens. No offense to any Karen up there. Yeah. We had lounges too in high school. Did you smoke in lounge? Yeah. Oh, here. Okay, I'm going to get into this Whittaker thing, but I gotta say this. Raise your hand if you had to swim naked in junior high. Because people in my junior high, the boys had to swim naked, and so we had to be naked in school, and the boys had to swim naked, and we had like these one piece bathing suits that looked like World War II surplus bathing suits, army green. They're just awful. But the boys had to swim naked, and yeah, and yeah, they don't do that anymore. In fact, my grandkids went to those junior highs and high schools, and I asked them, you guys have to swim naked?" They said no, but you have to get naked, and you have to. I don't know if they do now, but yeah, first you have to go in this, get dressed, and then in front of everybody, undressed, dressed, and go in the pool. And then you had to. It's just awful. Then you had to go naked in the showers like you're in Auschwitz. You know what I mean? And then the gym teacher had to hand you a towel. Yeah, it was weird. I'm thinking, man, none of that shit would fly today. I smoked in school but wasn't supposed to, never got caught. Yeah, they didn't really care back then. 18? Yeah, maybe had to be 18, I don't know. They didn't really care, they didn't check. Good evening, champ. Welcome. Not my monkeys, red frog, let's see. Welcome, champ. Hope you're doing well. Kids live in prisons now, yeah. Yeah, that is weird. They got like guards and metal detectors and stuff. Crazy. We smoked indoor concerts in the 80s. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't even imagine that. Yeah, we could smoke in the park and smoke in the parking lot at school in Upper Michigan. Yeah, yeah, that was okay too. Good to see you tonight, Kelly. Only the boy. Yeah, they had to swim naked. It's weird AF. Yeah, my brother and his friends. Man, that was one year I was like, oh my gosh. People always dreaded junior high because there's a lot of naked stuff in junior high. Like, okay, if the school's supposed to prepare you to be an adult, I don't know any jobs where you at lunchtime you all get naked, you know what I mean, and then take showers and then go back to work. You know what I mean? Like what? Yeah, it's just actually I think it is a humiliation ritual. Yeah, it was everybody's. Yeah, yeah. Did you guys have to swim? Anybody? Yeah, my brother and his buddies, and yeah, they all had to go through that. But yeah, sounds like your gym suits. Yeah, like old World War II surplus uniforms or swimsuits. Had to or wanted to. Yeah. No, you have to. You have to. You can't stand Eric's face or voice or him. Yeah. Hey, Betty, good to see you. Yeah. It is hard. It is. It is. Yes, we had to shower naked after gym class. I was heavy set in high school and hated it. Yeah. And in high school and junior high, we had to do it junior high and high school. And so for 6 years, in your worst puberty years, you have to get naked in front of everybody and stand in line. And the teacher who was, that way, she was, yeah, anyway, horrible. Hey, anyone, and have any homemade soup for concussions? Homemade soup for concussions? Hey, tie-dye, I don't know. Worst time to, yeah, exactly, of all times. It's just like, I've never had a job where we all had to go take showers together at lunchtime, you know what I mean? Why the boss hands us a towel, make sure we got wet. Just creepy and weird. You didn't have a pool at your school? Yeah, we did. Yeah. Yep. What happened, tie-dye? Concussions can be serious. Yeah. Oh, homemade help. I thought it said homemade soup. Homemade help. Well, you should look at your pupils. You sure you have a concussion? Because you can look at your pupils and see if they're, um, if they're both the same size and if they react to light. There's a few things that you can do to check to see if you have a concussion. If you do, you might want to get help. I don't know. If your brain swells, it's pretty rough. Yeah, I get plenty of sleep. Yeah. We didn't have a pool at the school. Well, you're lucky. Don't go to sleep for at least 12 hours after hitting it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, aspirin. Because aspirin, like 80 milligrams. Isn't it 80 milligrams? It's got a blood thinner in it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Marshmallow, good to see you tonight. We don't have any legal advice or medical advice here, or any advice. We're just throwing out some suggestions. Not a doctor. Never played one on TV. Good evening, Marshmallow. Yeah, we're going to be going over Eric's thing here in a second. I fell again last week and then today. Yeah, confirmed concussion, but I fell again today. Yeah, you got to make sure you're safe and make sure it doesn't. Oh, got to do something about falling, that's for sure. Sorry to hear that, tie-dye. Do you have somebody with you? Because, yeah, somebody should keep an eye on you. Make sure that you're okay. Yeah, you should probably see a doctor, too. Oh, home remedies, yeah. 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 You need home remedies for that. Wake up every 2 hours, yeah. Yeah, it's good if you have somebody there, but if you don't, I get it. I get it. Might need a walker or a cane if you keep on. I agree. You gotta, it's prevention. You gotta make sure it never happens again. So yeah, walker. I hope you have a walker. Yep. Cheese. Oh, cheese for diarrhea. Oh yeah. I think you're referring to the other medical question here. A home remedy medical question. Young cancer patient here. The poop shot. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, my husband had cancer, and that's what he passed from. So I know all about the things that come with that. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, there's probably some things that you can eat too. Imagine you're under a doctor's care, right? Okay, guys, I'm awake every 2 hours. Use a cane, but still a pain in the. Yeah, I would probably switch over to a walker. You know what I mean? Oh, really? Colon? Yeah, my brother survived that. My half brother. He got it young when he was 30. He's a pipe fitter and a welder. I think that's how he got it. I don't even know, but he survived. But I wish you well. I wish you a complete and speedy recovery. But yeah. All right. All right. So, are we ready to start this? Let me see where my battery's at. Oh crap. Am I still here? Okay. All right. Okay. That's why I don't want you to touch anything. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to do something else. So we are going to go over here and review his. We're going to review this because I think he's going to be coming out again I think that Eric's probably trying to figure out something. I think Eric's trying to figure out what he's going to do next, his next move. That's my opinion. Oh, by the way, these are all my opinions. This is fair use, and these are all my opinions. Nothing is fact confirmed. These are just our opinions, our thoughts, and that's how that goes. So, anyway, I'm gonna try. Hold on a second. Without disconnecting anything, I'm gonna try to pull up comments on my phone here. That's about to die. So, let me get this pulled up real quick so I can see you guys while I do this. Hey, hiccups. All right, I'm pulling up your comments so I can see you guys while I do this here. There we go. And you guys can maybe, if you could let me know how the sound is once I start. One second. You know, I learned a lot from being a caretaker of somebody that had cancer who died of cancer. Actually, I think he died from the treatment, to be honest. That's another story, though. Yeah, I learned a lot. And so if I have a loved one that ever has to go through that again, I know what to do and what not to do next time. You know what I'm saying? All right. I have to put it on live. Wait, top messages? Nope. I don't even know. Okay. All right. So I might not see your. I might not see your. I might not see all of your comments. All right. I'm going to do the best I can now. Try to hold it up with tumbler number 1. There you go. Which is my only tumbler, by the way. Yeah, thoughts and prayers for healing, positive energy, positive vibes, good energy for Marshmallow. All right. Oh, hey, Betty. How you doing tonight? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody's having a good middle of the week. Why is this not... Okay. Guess that's all I can do, so... Look at Eric's face. Now, okay. Before we start, I just want to say that Eric's gonna, you know, people are asking Eric a bunch of stuff about the Whittakers, and in my opinion, Eric doesn't know anything about the Whittakers. Eric doesn't know anything more than we do. In fact, Eric is the last person, in my opinion, that APS is going to tell anything to. Think about it. Who is going to tell Eric anything? They can't. They can't. Hey, Italian girl. Good to see you tonight. You know what? You are right on time because we're just getting started with Eric here. Yeah, it is a scary look. What did somebody say? He looks greasy. He looks a little waxy. I think his hair is funny. You know, it looks like he's got one of the plastic Halloween hair things. But his wife is a hairstylist. So I think she like mousses his hair up or something. So I think that's why it looks like that. I'm not sure why his face looks like that, but I think the wife mousses his hair because she's a hairstylist, so she probably styles up Eric's hair before he comes on. Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe she doesn't even know he's going live. Who knows? All right. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's back up to the beginning. Yeah, but in my opinion, Eric doesn't know anything. 2 live streams ago, he came on and told everybody that he thinks Betty had a visit with the family. Then the next time he came on, he said, no, he got off and he doesn't know. He heard that she hasn't seen the family. So Eric, I don't believe, has any more information than us. How could he? Who's going to tell him anything at this point? I don't believe they're going to tell him anything. So I don't even know why people are asking him anything about the Whittakers. They're acting like it's still last September. He don't know. So anything that has to do with the Whittakers, in my opinion, he's just going to guess. He's in his guess. Our guess is as good as his. Good evening to David and Benny and DMI Lady. And Holy is mine now. I'm sorry, Holly is mine. I'm sorry. I'm used to seeing Bible names, you know what I mean? From the Bible study. Holly is mine now. Content is fine. All they do is lie. A. Wilson. He should. Oh, wait. I'm reading his chat. Okay, so in his chat. Okay, somebody in his chat. His chat is. Okay. Okay, this is his chat. Okay, so his chat okay, so about 80%, no, I'd say 90% of the comments in Eric's chat are positive now. Remember the first time he came, about 98 or 90% were negative? It looks like he has blocked them all. You've got David, Benny, DM, Holly, Wilson, Jax, Benny. Yeah, these are all his fans. So I'm not sure if he's blocking everybody. And if you have written in there before, you should try it again next time Eric comes on, because I think he's blocked all the negative comments. I see all positive. Hope he hasn't. Yeah. I see all positive comments in the chat, so I don't know if he's blocking them. I wish we knew someone who knows Betty would like to know how she's doing. Yeah. Well, I think the people that know Betty probably are stopping her from telling people stuff, So, yeah, I don't think, and that's another thing. Another thing is that, yeah, anybody around Betty isn't going to let her talk. Okay, so don't believe anything. Don't believe anything that you hear, because APS is not talking. Betty is not talking. I don't think any Whittakers are talking. So, I wish people would just stop asking Eric questions because he doesn't know. It's my understanding. She's doing very well. Yeah, he said he got over 300 emails. That can't all be and that's another thing. Not only is the chat all positive, now all his emails are positive too. No, but my poor head, I split it open all the time. Oh no. Yeah, people need to use their walkers, that for sure. I'm so sorry, Benny. Red frog. All right. I can't blame the. Yeah, right. I don't blame Whittakers for not talking anyway. Look where it got him. Look at where it got the poor people. And for people that keeps turning the Whittakers into the problem, um, you know, nobody Whittakers didn't ask anybody to come um, to their house and pull all this shit. You know what I mean? Let's see. I'm trying to stand this up so I can see you guys. Oh, and I'm just gonna say one thing that you're never gonna hear. One thing that you're never gonna hear from anybody, including Eric. You're never gonna hear that Lorraine, Timmy, and Ray are happy. You're never gonna hear it. Never gonna hear it. My thing just fell over. Never gonna hear how happy Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine are, because number one, I don't think they are happy, and number two, we're never gonna know. Who's gonna know? Because does anybody really think that Eric is gonna be able to adopt Timmy? Oh my goodness! And especially now, good goodness gracious. They wouldn't let him near, a stray cat right now. Anyway, all right. So ready? I'm ready if you are. Where are we at? Rumor: only Larry and BJ are there, and was served a vacate property. Don't know if it's true or not. When did you hear that? That's what I heard too. That it's just Larry and BJ at the property. That's well, I mean, by deduction, the three got taken away. Betty moved with her friends out of state. That's what we've heard. I've heard, and so the only ones left is BJ and Larry, the two people that, ironically, Eric tried to get off the property, in my opinion. All right, so let me know if the sound is good. Wait.
Come in, and it's been pretty overwhelming. I want to say thank you.
All right. Good evening, Rose. Good to see it. Oh wait,
What's going on, guys?
Look at the wrong chat.
Right into this. Hopefully, I have no internet issues tonight. We got close to 300 emails come in, and it's been pretty overwhelming. I want to say thank you to my sister though, because
300
people for certain things can't say. But I will say before we get into it tonight, last time there was a lot of questions that got asked numerous times.
Now he is saying last time some questions got answered numerous times or asked numerous times. You know what? He does the same thing in this video, in this live stream. They ask the same question over and over. And I'm going to tell you what, these are very self-serving questions. Every question that's asked starts out by painting Saint Eric as an angel, lambless as a white lamb. Oh, I'm sorry, a sacrificial lamb, as Eric's friend put it. The little sacrificial lamb here, pure as snow. Everybody, all the people that write in emails start out saying how wonderful he is and how horrible Patrick is, and then they get to their question, which really goes nowhere. So, all right, hopefully you guys can hear. We'll see.
I'm probably just going to tell you to refer to a different time in the broadcast, or maybe
let me know if the sound is okay.
One of the previous videos where I've already talked about.
If anyone has trouble hearing it,
I was supposed to do this last week, guys. My best friend's dad ended up passing away, who I knew before I knew him. I made an update about this on Facebook the other day.
Move on with it, Eric.
Had some stuff going on, and plus, had some family that had some medical issues as well. But we are back, and I might try to do another one later on this week or something to get caught back up, because we got a lot to go over.
Yeah, I did get my lawnmower going. Thanks.
I hopped into it though. I was told, that all the content needed to be put down. I've had some interesting stuff going on. I've had a lot of different accounts that have Thank God for two-factor authentication when somebody's trying to mess with your stuff. But there was one last night that I know is not supposed to be accessed. So I'm just going to make public record right now. This was last night around 12:30. I saw it as soon as it popped up.
Okay, so he's mentioning that 12:30 that night, the night before, after midnight, somebody is activating this Whittaker family page TikTok. And like I said, I think it was T-Bro gave me a heads up, and I did see it. It was, he said somebody just started posting on the official Whittaker page again, and I did look. I just didn't think, I didn't think it was them or whatever. I didn't think it was the official page. I thought somebody was cloning it or something. But yeah, sure enough, the official Whittaker page was being posted on. The first one up there, I think, was, well, they're Timmy videos, what they are, obviously. So somebody's posting Timmy videos, 527, I think it says. And it happens to be in the West Virginia area, so he wants to tell everybody officially that it wasn't him. Because, and you know what's weird? Not only that Patrick was charged so far and Eric hasn't been, and I don't know if he ever will be, but I just, anyway, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes. But not only did just Patrick get charged, but for some reason, Eric was told to remove every Whittaker thing that he had, right? On the 3. Well, he removed it all. But yet, Patrick, the one who did get charged, is still posting Timmy videos. There, it's on his, not even posting. He never took it down, and he's added more since. He's taken some Whittaker stuff down on his Facebook. I'm talking about Patrick Rourke. But he has continuously, over time, been posting here and there, old Timmy stuff. And so it's so funny that Patrick can post these videos on whatever he wants, the one that's been charged, yet Eric was told not to. So I think it's a little bee in his bonnet, and it's kind of making him mad because Patrick gets to post and he doesn't. Patrick's posting Timmy stuff and he can't. I think that's what. And of course, along with that comes money. And he doesn't want Patrick making anything unless he does, which that's a one-way street. New device login detected, so that happened. TikTok, but I didn't see it on TikTok. I saw it on, I think Facebook, and I think I saw it on YouTube. I'm not sure. Yeah, so somebody's firing these up. Somebody from West Virginia. We're just gonna have to. We just have to use our imagination.
Via deactivated account. This is the Whittaker family TikTok. Right to inform you that we've detected a login to your account from new device, man 527, device iPhone 16 Pro Max.
I looked that up. That's an expensive phone too.
That's good for touch. So public record. Let's hop into it, guys.
Public record. He wants everybody to know it wasn't him. It was some other dude in West Virginia. I wouldn't want to be in his skin. I wouldn't either. It was just horrible. Yeah, I don't know how I sleep that night either. Alright. Public record, it wasn't him.
From time to time, I might pull it down again just because I want to make sure to protect the privacy of people.
Yeah.
Somebody has reasons why I'll do that again here in a bit. Into it. And I don't.
Again, this looks like isn't it something, a tool that you use on your computer? This doesn't look like an email. I mean, look at the top. I mean, I'm not real computer savvy, but that doesn't look like an email. It looks like something that he wrote. Anyway, so yeah, long-time supporter. There's this wonderful.
I missed.
Hop into it.
This person comes from Leslie Renee. She said, "Hi Eric, I've been watching a very long time. I've thought for a while now that possibly the 3 have maybe gotten sexually abused. I pray not, but with them not being able to communicate well. Big question, are you thinking about adopting them to make sure they're okay? I would truly love to see you have protected. He deserves a father like you, Patrick, get-go, he was a snake. I've always put people in their place when I felt like they were wrong about you.
It sounds like Eric wrote these. This is my opinion. It sounds like Eric wrote these.
Because from the day you walked in, I told everyone you were going to be the man the family needed. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for trying to help this family, praying for you and your family. Thank you, Leslie. There's a few things in there. For that first one, or the first one, I thought for a while now, possible 3 maybe have been sexually abused.
And yeah, Eric, let's get this straight. Just to put it into context, okay? Sorry, I'm just going to try to speak this. I was making creepy noises. Let's just straighten this out before he goes any further. Like I said, the family was extracted on that Monday, right? They were ripped out of their home. We saw Timmy screaming and all that. Well, he was at adult protection on Monday when they were getting extracted, waiting. Then the adult protection called him while he was down at the office and said, we got the 3 and we're down in the emergency room. He said, already? He said, yeah, we got him. Come down there. So Monday, Eric goes down the emergency room and teaches, them how to communicate and all this other bullshit. And then the next day, Tuesday, Eric's not telling us. He admitted that he had to lie to everybody and pretend he's not seen it. But Tuesday, the next day, and by the way, him and his friend, Mark, some people call him Douche, he and Mark were the only ones allowed to see the 3 Whittaker. Now think about that. The three that were taken, obviously they were freaking out. We saw what Timmy was screaming his head off, just strapping the gurney. And and so the only ones allowed to see him are 2 people that they barely know. They just met Eric. They've known him 3 or 4 weeks. Well, he's been around about 3 or 4 weeks. Mark, they've seen 1 time. He met him 1 time. And these are the people, not the family, but these are the people that get to see him. And so, Tuesday, Mark and Eric were allowed again to see the 3 Whittakers. And after the hospital, they ended up in a hotel room, right? Hotel. And Eric alluded to that photo that we saw where Timmy looked like and he was in a hotel lobby. Eric said there's a photo out there that was taken when Timmy was in the hotel after the emergency room. And it was taken from the security guard. So, yeah, I think we were on the right track there, even though everybody told us we weren't. But so Tuesday, they ended up, around Tuesday, maybe a day or 2 later, they ended up in a hotel room. And Eric was still allowed to see him. Well, he saw him at the hospital. Saw him at the hospital Monday, saw him at the hospital Tuesday. And I don't know if Wednesday, if they were still at the hospital, but Wednesday when they showed up, Eric said there was a whole lot of people instead of, just a few. There was a bunch of people. And they're trying to get through, and they said, no, you're not coming in. Basically, no way, camera boy. And Eric's like, I'm not taking any pictures. And they're like, no, scram. And then that was it. So Wednesday, and they said then they were out in the parking lot. And then they found out Charlie Kirk was shot. And that's a dead giveaway because Charlie Kirk was shot that Wednesday. What was it, the 10th? Let me look at my calendar. Yeah. So Charlie Kirk was shot Wednesday the 10th. That's when they were told. That was just, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. By Wednesday, they're told to leave. And they're bummed out. Then they heard Charlie Kirk was shot and all this other stuff. Then they had to go home. And about a week later, they got, they said, no, you still can't have Timmy. And so about a week later, he got to, there was some scheduled fireworks. And so Timmy got to do a FaceTime with Eric and Eric's family. You know what I mean? So that's how that went, okay? So after that Wednesday, that was the last time Eric it laid eyes on him, and within a few weeks, Eric was told he's not getting Timmy. Okay, so think about that. Right after they were taken, within 3 days, Eric is not allowed to see anybody anymore. So, why are they asking Eric if anybody's been abused like this? How the hell does he know? Do you think they're going to tell him anything? And then Eric's threatening him, I'm going to spill the beans on everyone. What beans? What are these beans that you speak of? You know what I mean? So, no, he's not going near this family again. I mean, unless he's got something bad, really bad on West Virginia, they're not dealing with him anymore. And that's probably why he's all mad. Go ahead, Eric. What was that?
I pray not, but with them not being able to communicate well, I don't know what to say.
Because you don't know.
Stay away with that. I think the best way to respond to you is, from my recollection, and I have a pretty good recollection, especially with stuff like this, in that conversation, around 60 complaints that was made leading up to, we need to go investigate at Patrick's house, and then they show up because.
Okay, so that first visit, and I checked this out, because he said that there was 60 complaints in July. Now think about this. Eric goes there at the end of June, right? Middle of June, he makes this contract. End of June, the last 3 days of June, he goes up, meets the family, meets Patrick, signs, they get this ball rolling, do a few videos. Then Eric takes off for a month. And during the month of July, Eric is gone at the Robert Mass trial thing. And during July, I believe that Eric was the one calling. This is my opinion. I believe that when APS was called the first time to Patrick's house, I believe it was Eric. Because Eric said that APS told him, somehow Eric knows that they were saying things like Patrick's painting his toenails and they're putting on makeup or some other shit. Like, really, who cares, right? I mean, whatever. So what? He's putting on makeup. That ain't enough to call adult protection. You know what I mean? It's weird or whatever, but maybe they're having fun, but who cares? So he says during July, there were 60 phone calls to adult protection. Now, who in July is calling adult protection? Basically, what you've had a couple of appearances from Eric, and now we're back to Timmy and Patrick doing mud playing in the mud with machines and four-wheelers and jet skiing and all this other shit. So who would be calling adult protection in July? There's no red flags really have been raised. And so the reason I know when the timeline is because Eric has previously said this was, adult protection told Eric that, he was doing weird stuff and painting his toenails or something, but I can't remember if he said he was in bed with him, but anyway, he can't say that because Eric also laid in the bed with him. So I think I don't even know what it was, but if you go back in July, he may have probably at the most. I think Patrick in July. I think Patrick might have been guilty of going through his own bucket list and dragging Timmy along with him to get the free ride. You know what I mean? I believe that the race car driving and the hanging from the tree with the chainsaw and the shooting the the weapon and all this other stuff, I think those were probably Patrick's what do they call it, bucket list stuff. Oh my gosh, I'm so wow, I'm so sorry I didn't even see you. Wow, that is very generous of you. Wow, Messenger Revia is Destiny. Wow, that is very generous. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I just enabled I didn't know it was off, so I turned it back on. Wow, that is very, very generous. I That's the biggest donation I've ever had. So I just really want to say how appreciative I am of that. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I was looking up and I didn't see that, but I do want to stop and say thank you. That's very generous. Um, okay, let's see. So, all right, where was that? All right, so in July, I do believe that in my opinion, I believe it was Eric who's trying to call adult protection. Um, I mean, who even knows to do that? And they're really, like I said, if you look back in July, there's really nothing you should be calling adult protection for. Like I said, yeah, he was getting a little reckless with Timmy, maybe hanging him from the tree, and I don't know, letting him shoot that weapon. I don't, but nothing. Still, I just think it maybe was a little, maybe a little poor judgment, but I don't think it was enough to call adult protection. I mean, especially 60 different people. I think he's making that number up too. But yeah, because I think he used that same 60 number in August, right? Didn't he say in August they had 60 phone calls? Anyway, I believe that Eric called adult protection because not only was Eric gone and Eric had his eye on the prize, but on July 20, what was it? I think it was the third week of July. Patrick was going for sentencing. Remember that? In July of 2025, when this is all going on, adult protection goes over to Patrick's house. Not only is somebody supposedly a bunch of people calling, saying that Patrick is inappropriate with Timmy, but Patrick is also facing sentencing for his charges. He had anyway, that's when he got the 1 year probation and a $800 fine or something like that. So, all right, so think about that. So I imagine that was mentioned to adult protection. Hey, he's got this kid out there and he's facing these charges and he's going for, whatever. But adult protection went out to Patrick's house and they didn't find anything that was worth like barging in. They came to the house. Patrick came out and said, "Get the hell off my property." And they turned around and they left. And then they closed the case because why? It was a bunch of bullshit. Even they didn't see nothing wrong. So I believe that was try number one for Eric, in my opinion. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Only God knows. I have heard 60 a lot
complaints.
Of the same sentiment that you were presenting right here.
60. You believe there's 60 complaints?
And close the case. What could have been in those 60 complaints? Only God knows. I have heard a lot of the same sentiment that you were presenting right here.
Okay, so the sentiment he's presenting is this question here, where the man is asking, do you think that Timmy was, indecently touched? You know what I mean? And so he's saying, yeah, well, we don't know. There was 60 complaints. We don't know. So he's alluding to maybe there was some funny stuff going on between Patrick and Eric. And he wants you to draw that conclusion, in my opinion. So there's nothing, no evidence, not even an evidence for them to do nothing but get back in their car and go home. I mean, Patrick didn't even offer to buy them lunch or pay for their gas. So there's that.
We even close the case. What could have been in those 60 complaints?
Eric.
I have heard a lot of the same sentiment that you were presenting right here. But when you also mentioned the communication problems, when you got someone that can't communicate and you're supposed to be protecting adults and you're supposed to be investigating, those are the cases I think that need to be investigated even more, because those are people that can't pick up the phone and call or tell anyone what's going on.
And this kind of gives me the creeps because Think of that. These are our victims. These are victims that can't pick up a phone and call. Oh, well, except Timmy. What did he call the? How many times did he call 911 with that phone? He never called 911 when he was anywhere else except with him.
And the fact that further investigations did not take place then, I believe this was, if I remember correctly, guys, I can't give you the exact date. I think, to my recollection, around a month prior to that final trip when APS came in the next time. Could have been a
Okay, so he's, and this exactly lines up with the calendar. He said it was about a month or so, and what was that? The third week of July? When was the second time? Third week of August. So he's exactly right. Exactly right. The third week of July it was called. And then the next fiasco was the third week of August with this adult protection restraining order stuff.
If I remember correctly, guys, I can't give you the exact. I think, to my recollection, around a month prior to that final
trip. It should be July
when APS came in the next time. Could have been a little bit longer, might have been a little bit less, but from what I can remember,
check your phone log, Eric. You'll
I remember when he texted me telling me they came to his house. And I, as I said in previous episodes, I did not.
Whoa! Did you hear what he just said? I don't remember what it was, but they text me, and they told me they went to. They text me and told him. What is it?
Around that time frame, because I remember when he texted me telling me they came to his house.
Okay, he texted me and told me he came. They came to the house.
As I said in previous episodes, I did not believe that. I believed that he told him to get the F out of his yard. I just didn't believe they would post a case takeoff and then not come back.
Okay, so think about this. Remember, you guys. Now, remember how furious he was when the shit hit the fan, at the end of August, first week of September, when the shit hit the fan, how furious Eric was that nothing was done the first time. And when he was talking about APS going to Patrick's house the first time, he was very angry that they didn't do something the first time. Remember that? Think about this. When Eric was blowing up and everything, the house off, the Amish deal's done, BJ had tweaky fingers in the camper and all this stuff. Well, think about this. He was so mad that in July that APS didn't open a case on Patrick. And then what happened? That very next week, Eric and Patrick are fighting. Eric's not answering the phone. Patrick goes down to the Whittakers. BJ comes out of the camper, hands the phone, says, and that's when that happened. And what did they say? We're going to get rid of, BJ will be gone soon. Just tell her what she wants to hear for now. When she's gone, it'll be it. Okay, so, I mean, if you have a calendar, if you can picture this in your mind, this is leading up to it. And so, Eric, my question is, when APS didn't do anything in the middle of July, end of July, about this suspected stuff with Timmy and Patrick, then why did you continue to come back time after time after time? You came back with your brother after that and didn't do anything. You had all kinds of fun with Patrick. Then you left and you came back again, and you had all kinds of fun with Patrick. And then you left and you came back, for a month? You had all kinds of fun with Patrick again. And then when the shit hits the fan, you're mad because they didn't take Timmy away from Patrick in July? That makes no sense. You understand? I don't even think he understands that you can't have it both ways. How can you be furious APS didn't take Patrick away from Timmy in July, yet you continued to spend the whole summer with them, never mentioning it?
It wasn't until I later met with them and heard the other side of that I was shocked. Big question: are you thinking about adopting them or such to make sure they're okay? I would truly love to see you have. He deserves a father role like you. That was never my intentions. Now, if I felt like it was needed, yes. I mean, I believe they're probably well taken care of in a new home, not the way that everybody, that watched them over the years wanted them to be, but I'm sure it's a much, 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 much better situation.
But you're never going to hear that they're happy. Hey, the kitten's playing with the bag. Is that loud, you guys? The kitten's got a plastic bag. He's going crazy with it. If it's loud, I'll go take it from her. They're in a much, 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 much better situation. Says who? Ask the three. I don't think they would say that, but I mean, yeah. What do you mean by better?
Before, as it should have been a long time ago. This was not people from out of state or from a long way away. This is right down the road. There was opportunities, I think, to do this much sooner. These adoption papers that I showed you guys, I still got them right.
Adoption papers, and he keeps referring to Timmy as a child. He wants to adopt this kid who is pushing 50 years old. Timmy is 47 years old. I'm pretty sure at this point. He's 47 years old. He's pushing 50, right? And he's actually several years older than Eric. But somehow he wants to adopt Timmy, this kid, and treat him like a child or whatever.
Here beside me. That caught me completely off guard. Wasn't something I was thinking about. Patrick had talked pretty extensively and was talking more about it there at the end about wanting to adopt a certain one.
And we all remember the video that Eric didn't know was being recorded in Patrick's house on the ring cam. We heard Eric on the phone pushing for adoption, pushing for those papers, saying, yeah, Patrick can have them part-time and I'll have them part-time. Yeah, we're going to sign the papers. I got to make sure it's okay with my wife. I'm talking to everybody. It's all good. I got the papers. So he's trying to act like it was all Patrick's idea, and that's nonsense. He knows darn well they weren't going to allow Patrick to do any type of guardianship, you know what I mean? So he figured, they both apply. They'll ace out Patrick, and he'll have Timmy on his own.
Because if I spend time with this person, and I tell people I want to do this, and everything that I need to do this gets provided, heck, I can even sell FaceTimes. People that donate money just to FaceTime.
Mm-hmm.
It's so sad.
Yeah,
kid just wanted to be loved.
It?
I say kid. That's a kid to me. Just wanted to be loved. So vulnerable, humble, loving.
Okay, and I'm so sick of this. You guys, it'll take us a week to get through this.
I thought they truly.
I can't even go 3 words without even wanting to puke. He just said that kid just wanted to be loved. I see a kid. It's a kid to me. All right, that's one more reason why you should not go near him. Because no 47-year-old man who's been shaving for several decades wants to be treated like a little baby. In little, Barney outfits and onesies. You shouldn't be treating them like a baby. You know what I mean? How about somebody takes you to their house and treats you like a baby? Somebody that's younger than you, and you're almost 50 years old, and they're dressing you up like a baby, telling you to dance to Barney, and you know what I mean? Yeah, just wanted to be loved. Now, I believe Timmy absolutely felt loved. He felt loved by his mom, Betty, Larry, BJ, everybody, because that's the reason they kept calling and saying, we want Timmy home. We want Timmy home. And Timmy kept saying, I want to go home. I want to go home. You know what that is? That's a family that loves each other. The family wants Timmy home. And Timmy wants to go home. But remember, Eric was taking a sweet time. That's already love right there. If Timmy didn't want to go home, then you could say, yeah, I guess he wasn't loved. No, they didn't want him going overnight, but they ended up taking him overnight and overnight and overnight. No, Timmy wanted to go home. We heard him crying in the shower. He wants to go home. Mama, mama. And then what was Lorraine saying? I want my baby. I want my baby. He was loved. So it makes me mad when he says he just wanted to be loved. I think they all felt loved.
Just wanted to be loved. So vulnerable, humble, loving. I just don't get it, man. If I thought they truly needed it, absolutely. But I didn't want to take them away from their home, guys. Now,
No, he just helped him extract all three of them into ambulances while he waits down there. And yeah, when he gets to the part about taking Timmy,
there was another part of that, like the guardian conservator. Now, there's two different areas of that. You could have medical, and then you can
listen to this. Okay, two different kinds: the medical, the hands-on, and the financial. Listen to this.
Like financial and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of trying to help them on both ends, but I would have been more than willing.
Kind of trying to help them on both ends, the financial and the medical.
Look, again, doctor's visit that needed to happen years prior. I mean, we made it happen.
No, you didn't. You dropped the ball. You never went to the specialist. And after you missed the appointment for Ray's specialist, you never rescheduled it. And neither did Patrick. Nobody rescheduled Ray's missed appointment on August, I think it was August 20th or something. Yeah, he waited a month for that appointment. Neither one of you got him there. And neither one of you rescheduled that appointment. That's how important it was.
The trust account and having like accountability.
Nobody needs a trust account in that house, in my opinion. Because what do they need a trust account for? They're not Rockefellers. Neither is Timmy. What's he, a Kennedy? Trust from what?
There's someone.
Unless there was major amounts of money about to come in. There, yeah.
We're watching over this to make sure that something.
And remember, they got $250 gift card, the water bill paid, and 2 cans of snuff. I doubt they need a trust fund for that.
Like before, where
it's not like money was rolling in and they said, "Oh my gosh, we got to do something with all this money." No. Trust funds are for people with money.
There's someone watching over this to make sure that something like before, where like huge substantial amounts of money doesn't go missing.
It didn't go missing. It went into the Whittaker's hands. They know exactly where it went.
You know, those were things that I was definitely trying to put in place, and I never went to anything official. I said if that my help was needed in that area, yes, I'd be more than willing to make sure doctor's visits are going, help is being taken care of.
Well, you already failed at the doctor appointment thing, so yeah, we're not gonna need you for that. You're not even qualified to get somebody to the doctor appointment, so scratch that off. Health is being taken. No, you failed at that.
Like, not just that. I mean, being with my best friend over the past week and a half, guys, his dad found out 3.5 weeks ago he had pancreatic.
I thought the other guy was his, I thought Mark was your best friend.
He had cancer. I have never been with anybody that suffered from pancreatic cancer, and I hope I never have to again. It was the most quick and deadly cancer
and
I've ever
seen. I know we're not going to get through this tonight because I just gotta say though, he's talking about a man who just died of pancreatic cancer. That's what my grandma died from. It's a very painful, awful way to go. And yet all Eric can talk about is, and this is very telling of his personality. All he can talk about how horrible it was for him.
In my life, but thank God he was not in pain. He went
the worst he's ever seen.
But you know, he was there by himself, an only child, and his mom died back in 2018. I was there with him the whole time, up until his dad took his last breath, to make sure, you know, when you do hospice at home and they can't communicate, they can't tell you if they're in pain and stuff. And I've been there and I wanted to be there. He asked me if I would. It was an honor, and I knew he'd do the same for me. But when stuff like that happens, you need to know plans. Who is it that, you know, or for instance, not bringing up this past weekend, my grandmother-in-law that was married in my
okay, yeah, let's just go through it. Yeah.
There was so much. It's hard to talk with the limitations. I'll tell you, like, going to a doctor's visit, and when people have access to a system of everybody's records, and that's like somebody didn't even exist because they've never been entered in. I'm like, this is how we're talking about that situation. If I could help like that, yes, but I'm from Georgia. I'm the outsider. Do I want to uproot them from their home and bring them?
And that's exactly what he did.
Was I going to be able to be up there to be what was needed to take on a responsibility like that? No, I would have if nobody else would have. I would have been willing to help with the others. Come to my house on holidays, birthdays.
Okay, so we heard him in the vehicle after he left and he didn't get Timmy. He said he wanted Timmy because he was the easiest. He could do a video. He could make some videos, put Timmy in the corner with a bologna sandwich, and he could go on Facebook all night. That's almost his exact words of what he said. But Ray and Lorraine, he said they were just too hard to take care of. I can't take care of them, but I'll take Timmy because he's easy. It's funny because later he condemned Patrick for saying the exact same thing.
Take you on vacation, stuff like that, even if it can't be recorded and like nobody knows I was completely open to it. But I did not want to take them away from their home, and I also didn't want to take people away from their parents.
No, actually, you had the car ready to have Timmy go.
They lived all that time together. They love each other, and they should be together. I have.
You know, I got to just say something. So, think about this. Okay, supposedly Eric came in and rescued everybody from BJ, right? Everybody's scared of BJ. Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine are scared of BJ. Betty's scared of BJ, afraid of BJ. Larry's afraid of BJ. Everybody's afraid of BJ when the 2 weeks that Eric was there in August, right? The last 2 weeks of August, everybody, 5 Whittakers are afraid of BJ. Now it's funny because and I think BJ is the same age as Timmy. So for 40 something years, nobody was afraid of BJ. There was no violence on record. I don't have the police record calls for that home, but which you have to guess. Eric says there was a bunch, but you know what? If you go in the criminal records, magistrate records, there is never, and I've looked more than once. I've looked at BJ's every single charge she's ever had. She's never been convicted of a violent crime. BJ has never been convicted of assault or abuse on anybody, including to this day. My question is, now remember, recently, Eric said in a recent live stream, they said there's somebody supposedly wrote in an email asking Eric, how bad was the abuse? And Eric says, well, and he just like, he had to think about it. He says, well, it was as bad as it gets. Okay. So the abuse on the 3 Whittakers that were taken was as bad as it gets. Yet, there's not a single person that's been charged with this abuse. The only one that's been charged in the Whittakers, peripherals of Whittakers in this whole story has been Patrick. And unless you count exploitation, because exploiting somebody can be abuse. It can, yes, it can be. Exploitation can be considered abuse. But is it the worst possible? What Patrick did? I see lots of stories on YouTube where horrible stories. And people are given decades, if not life in prison for all kinds of horrible things, right? Yet nobody's been charged for the worst abuse ever. And what did he say? As bad as it gets. So that's funny. All 3 of them were abused as bad as it gets, yet nobody's been charged. Like I said, unless it's the financial stuff with Patrick, I don't know. Is that really, interesting? I do too. I do wish BJ would come and interview. I do wish that too. Maybe she will. They love each other, should be together. He's trying to rewrite history. I have more than one video where Eric says, Timmy doesn't belong in that house. I want Timmy. Yeah. And now he's saying, yeah, they should be together.
I have children still in the home. I have a lot of responsibility. With my heart, I would do it. Was I really in that situation to be able to do it at the time. I mean, I could have made it work. I would have found a way to make it work, but I just thought,
Okay, listen, he's trying to act like, well, I mean, I wasn't going to. If like I had to, I guess I could, move some things around and bring him to my house. Because he flat out told us that day that the Whittakers were taken away by APS, and they came down and ripped Timmy out of Patrick's house, screaming with no shoes on. I don't even think he had a shirt on. I don't even know, but he was screaming. The police, the ambulance, all the APS, they're complete strangers were ripping him out of Patrick's house after he ran up the road, completely freaking traumatized, strapped down, put in an ambulance, hauled away. No warning. And Eric says that day, that Monday, we all saw the video, the ring cam video of this happening. Eric said that day, Timmy, they told him after the hospital, Timmy gets to go home with you, and then he's going to bring him to SeaWorld or some shit. Like, okay. Okay.
best case scenario.
So now he's trying to say, well, I mean, if I had to, I guess I could have adopted Timmy. No, he already said it was all set. They told him after they extract him and Timmy gets checked at the hospital, you can take him home that Monday. And they had tickets for, I don't know, SeaWorld or something.
Stay where you are. Let us get you home and let's get you some caretakers. Because they were happy. They loved each other. Where did you see them all the time? People love to talk trash on that family.
No, you love to talk trash on the family. And as a matter of fact, I've never heard him say anything good about the Whittakers. Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine, yeah. I've never heard him say anything good about Larry, BJ, or Betty. And he says people love to talk trash on that family. No, you're the one who started all these trash talking on the Whittakers. People are just repeating what Eric put out there.
Because they had a bond that you don't see much anymore. They're always on that porch with each other. And like, look at all these other families. They can't even sit down and have supper with each other without somebody on their cell phone. They love being around each other. And I think that bond is necessary. They need to stay together. But let's get you some help in the home, caretakers and stuff.
And that's another thing.
Where it's at now,
this is disgusting because this family was never given a chance to correct things. Hey, Betty, the house is pretty messy. We need to get shit together. We'll whatever. No, just no warning, no chance to maybe make things right.
I would believe, this is just coming from an opinion inside my heart, that well taken care of, a much better situation.
He has no idea. He just said, I don't know, I'm just taking a guess. Yeah, you can all guess that it's better, but not one of us has seen the Whittakers. We don't know. I mean, not one of us knows.
Probably, being checked on with doctors and stuff. Many of this
probably being checked on with doctors. Wow, is that what they were hoping their whole life? Why? I wish I was in a place where I was checked on a doctor every day. I mean,
stuff they never really had. I think it's probably the best it's ever been.
For the millionth time, Betty, Timmy, and Lorraine have all had heart attacks. Every single month, they had to go into Berkeley to the doctor's office and get their heart medicines refilled. Betty, Timmy, and Lorraine. So he keeps saying they've never been taken care of. Okay. Where were they going every month for the medications?
Outside of, I don't know. Yeah, that's another thing. Speaking about this, you get so much information being thrown at you, and I'm not going to do like some of these other places. I'm not just going to throw out information if I don't know. I've had 2 different instances where this was people that are supposedly really close and live nearby. One, I believe, family, saying that Betty did get to reunite and has been.
Here we go. A family member said that people that live close and a family member was saying that Betty did get to reunite.
Seeing them, and it's going on a little bit at a time. But then, like right after, I hear from another one that's like supposedly right there. No, and she had. I can't neither confirm nor deny. So I would take both of those with a grain of salt. I would hope she has, but I don't know. So I hope that answers your question. I mean,
he doesn't know. You don't know.
To all you road trippers and family hikers, to the everyday adventurers and sunshine seekers, whether you're an out of town or a chow downer, consider this your invitation. Let's Texas.
I didn't even get to skip that commercial. Oh, he's got 2 commercials. You gotta be kidding me. Alright. You can't really, I don't know. I put moderate. I don't put
I don't
the.
want to see a family split up. They love each other. That's all they ever knew. I've always put people in their place when I felt they were wrong about you, because the day you walked in and told everyone you were going to
Put them in their place.
Thank you. And I thank you for that, Liz. Thank you for that whole message. But when it comes to people.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Yes.
Check out this comment here. I got it. Check out this comment over here. Somebody said, calling APS repeat. Now, these are all, well, most, not all of them, but most of these are nice comments to Eric. It says, calling APS repeatedly never means you don't want to disrupt their home. Right here. Calling APS repeatedly never means you don't want to disrupt their home. That's right. If you call CPS repeatedly over and over and over, and the police and the court and all this, that means you want to disrupt the home. You're right there. Anywho Magoo. Yeah. Anywho Magoo is right. And Jessica said he split them up and ran like a dog. That's right. So there's a few people over here speaking facts in the chat over here on Eric's last live stream. I guess they slipped past the goalie. He'll probably block them too, but that's true. Calling APS repeatedly always means that you want problems in their home, you know what I mean? You could have just, oh man, all of us could have done better. Go ahead, Eric, what were you saying?
Thank you for the support, but at the same time, it's something that should have never happened. I wasn't supposed to be involved in this. I'm not having fun doing these videos.
He wasn't supposed to be involved.
It was hard in the beginning. I told everybody, and probably going to
Did anybody see him not trying to be involved? That's hilarious.
Myself, be long, and then everybody has to, comment about it when I do it, and it's just like, what do you people get out of this? If there's nothing fun,
you have commercial free? Oh, you didn't pay for it?
About getting revenge or anything. If there is going to be
I want that
put out there that is going to be judged on, and people's lives and their fate depend on it, then I think you need to get the whole story, don't you? And there's stuff over the past couple of weeks, guys, that I told to people for the first time. It's the first time that so many people in the world outside of myself know it.
Actually, all he said the last few weeks, in my opinion, was the same old crap. Repackaged, and he tripped up a bunch of facts on that.
And I thought it was critical,
nothing new.
But this was the whole situation should have never happened. Thank you, Leslie.
The situation that he caused never should have happened.
This next one, guys. Let me just check over here and make sure it's okay. Maybe, let me see something too. All right, there we go. So you guys can read it a little bit better. And I'm sure his henchmen that had their hands in the cookie jar will be here tonight. Penny News.
The henchmen.
This Friday morning, Eric. Wednesday night.
What cookie jar?
I want to start off first by saying that I've always
cookies.
Believed everything that you did was coming from your
heart. I must have missed the cookies.
That when you do your podcast on the Whittaker family, you're very hurt and disturbed by it, and I thank you for being there for them. And trying to help them to the best of your ability. My question is, are you not allowed to have any kind of contact with redacted? If so, is this just temporary until the investigation is over with? After this is all done and said, what will your relationship with blank be? Can you still get it?
Okay, those are a lot of questions, but just remember when he answers these, Eric is claiming the investigation for him is over, so that shouldn't be affecting his adopting this little boy, right?
Have any kind of contact with redacted?
No, you haven't.
So is this just temporary until the investigation is over with?
Not since September 10th.
Said, what will your relationship?
They told him to kick rocks.
Still get adult custody of him or no?
They said don't come back.
Painful and brings me to tears because you was taking advantage of your kind heart. I know that you have been transparent from the beginning, and everything that you said is very truthful. Thank you for taking my questions, and God bless you.
I swear Eric is writing these questions.
And your family, and I'm sorry that you had to go through this.
That you had to go.
Penny
yeah.
Thank you for that, Penny.
It's okay that the family had to go through it, but Eric, we're sorry you had to go through it.
Taking advantage of your kind heart. I know that he has been transparent from the beginning.
The only thing Eric went through is what he put himself through.
Everything that you said is very truthful. Thank you for taking my questions, and God bless you. I hope one day this will get easy for you. and your family. And I'm sorry that you had to go through this. What was your name? I think it was Penny. Penny Hughes. Thank you for that, Penny. It's getting easier, and then it's getting harder because
Everything is, how does Eric feel about this? How does Eric feel about this?
I wanted to get it out there to get it off my shoulders, and then it's like there's days I just, I'm not going to let it go. I'm not going to let it go until it's over with.
I think it's over with you. And somebody, Dirt Track fan, over in his comments said, quit patting yourself on the back and get on with it.
Thank you for the kind comments. Let me get to my question is, are you not allowed to have any kind of contact with? I did.
Nope.
I was there.
He did.
That was the part
Past
that really
tense.
sucked because there was no reason for me to hold that back for anybody. And I think people need to understand the only disadvantage that I had, with the whole being silent thing, like if I would have spoke out, the one thing that would have came against me is I wouldn't have been able to be there with them.
Okay, if he would have spilled the beans on APS, then he doesn't get Timmy.
Because there was nothing there to keep me from saying what had happened because it's the truth. But as long as you stay silent, you've got access. You're always, you can't ever let anybody have access. You'll be able to come. He was supposed to be coming home with me that night.
This is the part that kills me. One second, I'm going to show you guys. Supposed to be coming home with him that night. You guys, picture that day when Timmy is coming out, all the police and the state patrol and the adult protection and the ambulances, paramedics and all this is pulling Timmy out, screaming out of Patrick's home. Either one shoe or no shoe left on, screaming down the steps, screaming out there. Betty's trying to comfort him. The police are trying to grab him. Timmy's swatting people away. He's screaming so loud. The dogs are barking. Everybody's going insane. They're trying to tell him why they're being taken, but Timmy doesn't know. They're putting him in the ambulance. Betty's got her dog, and she's trying to help. It was. Can you imagine Timmy going to the hospital and then getting in that day? Timmy was supposed to be coming home with him that night. Eric thought that the day that they were ripped out of the home, that Monday, screaming and kicking and screaming against their will, Eric thought that Timmy was going to go to the hospital, get checked out, and then hop in the truck with him and Mark and head back to Georgia to go to, I don't even know, Disneyland or Waterworld or some crap, because they had tickets. After the trauma, the worst trauma I'm imagining that Timmy probably ever had in his life was that day. And remember, they said the second day, the third day, Eric mentioned that the other two were kind of okay, which I imagine it was Ray and Lorraine. I imagine that there was some medications going on there to probably calm everybody down. But Timmy was traumatized the second day still and the third day still. And they said Timmy's not calming down. So can you imagine? Can you imagine him going home in that condition with Eric being ripped from his family? And he already told, according to Patrick, the Sunday, the day before this happened, the distraction, Patrick said on that Sunday, Timmy told Betty, don't let Eric take me again. And you saw on the porch, the Friday before they were taken, 3 days before they were taken, you saw Timmy on the porch hold up the newspaper and didn't even want to look at Eric. And so after all this trauma, they're supposed to put Timmy in Eric's vehicle and go to Georgia in another state. Unbelievable. And do you see how he's not thinking at all how this is affecting the family? What is Ray thinking? What is Lorraine thinking? What is Timmy thinking? What is Betty thinking? What is everybody thinking? No, it's about me. I should have had him. I was upset. My friend had cancer and it upset me. I mean, he never sees the victim's side of this. Anyway, disgusting.
That night, I was told that.
Yeah.
When that night comes around.
Yeah. Sonny said Timmy was screaming, "Bye, Mama, bye." Yeah, wasn't that terrible? Yeah. AT&T, good to see you tonight. Yeah. Yeah, Mama, bye, Mama. And he was saying it to Betty because Betty raised Timmy from birth. Timmy has two mamas. He's got Mama Lorraine, his mama, and Betty's his mama too, because she's the one that raised him from the day he was born, diapered him, fed him, like all the rest. So yeah, he's screaming for Mama. And Eric's sitting down there waiting, getting the truck ready. Yeah. I was supposed to bring him home that day. Oh, poor Eric didn't get what he wanted.
You've got access. You're always going to have access. You can't ever let anybody know you have access. You'll be able to come. He was supposed to be coming home with me that night.
Good grief. That night.
I was told that. And then that night comes around. It's gotten so big. We can't do that. We got to, let's try again tomorrow. Tomorrow comes around. Maybe not now. Let's talk about it a couple of days from now. And in a couple of days, maybe later on this week. And then finally, it's we're not going to be able to do it. And I just kept going like that. And it was promises. I had promised on a trip home.
Isn't that something? How many promises did he make to the Whittakers all summer? Promised they were going to get a third of the money. Promised these donations. Promised a Amish home. Promised this. Promised that. Promise. You're going to get this. You're going to get a caretaker. You're going to go on an airplane ride. You're going to see the ocean. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. Ray's going to, get help, and you guys are going to go fishing. Yeah. What about all the promises? Now he's whining. They made me promises, and they didn't keep them. Unbelievable. I feel bad for whoever has to live with him.
And be able to do it. And I just kept going like that. It was promises. I had promised not only a trip home with me, they had talked to my family, and it already, so many people were excited. There was a lady, I think, that told everybody from Florida, Jerry Lynn, I don't know her last name, sweet lady. I think still texts me from time to time. I don't know if you're out there or you see this, but it was hard not to be able to say anything, but there was a reason. I was telling you, I mean, she, according to her, lives in Florida and her company gets 10 free Universal Studios tickets per year. Take them to Universal Studios. Get away and get to see something outside of this.
Get away from being traumatized. So, oh my goodness. See, I just can't even believe this. It's like if any of us had this YouTuber guy come and say, I like your videos, let's make a contract, and then he's coming to your house. After about 3 weeks, he wants to, and I don't care if it's your kid or if your dog, what it is, but he's taking these videos. And all of a sudden, I mean, even if it was my dog, okay, he's coming over here, he's taking videos, everybody loves my dog videos and his dog videos, and all of a sudden he wants to adopt my dog. And I'd be like, he's not up for adoption, and then he's calling, Humane Society and bringing him over to make sure I get proper care for the dogs, and then they're calling the police and getting restraining orders, and, and now he wants to adopt my dog, and he's got this really cool dog park he wants to take him to. I mean, nobody would even put this up with this with their animal, let alone their family member. So now imagine you have a family member, your mentally challenged brother or whatever, anybody in your house, challenged or not, and he comes in and he's got these adoption papers. Yeah, he's been taking videos of your kid for 3 weeks now, and yeah, he's calling child protection on you because he just wants to get you some help. He sees that you could use some help, so we're calling the police on you, and we're calling child protection because we just want to get you some some benefits and stuff. So we're gonna get restraining orders because the older brother in the house, he used to have a girlfriend that used to beat on the kid, and all this bullshit, just making up shit so they can extract one of your family members, and you've only known them 3 or 4 weeks, and now all of a sudden adult protection's handing him adoption papers for your family member or for your dog or anything. Timmy, nobody was up for adoption, and I don't think he gets that. Nobody ever put Timmy up for adoption. But he's acting like he was just sitting there. Nobody was claiming him. No, he was claimed. They all loved him. Anyways, disgusting.
According to her, lives in Florida, and her company gets 10 free Universal Studios tickets per year.
After all that trauma, can you imagine Timmy going to Georgia, and then imagine him doing videos of Timmy bawling his eyes out, "Mama, Mama," on these rides or whatever. I don't even know what's at Universal Studio. I don't really care. But imagine bringing him to Universal Studio, and he's crying, "Mama, Mama." And I will guarantee that Eric would say, "Oh, he wants my mama." Because that's what he said last time. Last time, Timmy was in the shower crying for his mama. Eric said, "No, he's crying for my mama, his grandma, his nana, his new nana." Oh, boy.
Take him in Universal Studios. Get away and get to see something outside. He would have been able to know. I mean, the hardest part of that would be, how do you go anywhere without anybody knowing?
Mm-hmm.
I had already agreed to all of that. I wanted to keep my promise. And even if it was just coming to my house and spending time, I was perfectly fine with it. But I had the access. And then I had the access when I got home. I was there.
No, he didn't. He got one Zoom call when he got home. That was to watch the fireworks with Timmy. They gave him one Zoom call when he got home. And this was still September, mind you. Middle of September, end of September. They gave him one call, about third week of September, and that was it. After that Zoom call that Eric claims it was Timmy's first fireworks. And I could have swore that Patrick brought him to the fireworks just on the 4th of July. But anyway, yeah, and that was it. That was the last time. That's his last contact with Timmy and fireworks. Yeah, the access. I had access when I got home. Yeah, it was one Zoom call is what it was.
Adult Protection Services office, me and Mark that whole day. And it's the part I hope everybody understands. This is the thing that sucks. I've got my platforms now. Not as many people are talking about it. And so that narrative is really big, and it's going to be a while. So people might hear me say it over, because there's a lot of people that probably haven't found out about it yet. But me and him was there the whole day. I knew about the extraction. There was nothing I could do about that. I told you that was not my fault. That I didn't.
Backpedaling. Well, it wasn't my fault. You know what, Eric? If you'd never shown up, the APS would still be down in the office where Patrick sent them. He said, "Get the F off my property," and they left. So I hate this when he won't admit nothing. You know these people in life who will never admit when they're wrong, never admit any fault in anything. Every single thing is somebody else's fault. And this is one of them. This is the poster boy for that type of personality. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't even know why they got taken away. Okay. But unfortunately he's got a few people fooled, but I think it's probably less than 10% of the people. I think 90% of the people see the truth. But
I haven't got it yet. But me and him was there the whole day. I knew about the extraction. There was nothing I could do about that. When I told you that was not my fault, that I didn't have anything to do with that, it is true. They went to get a protective order against BJ.
And this was totally 100% coerced by Eric. Mm-hmm.
She said she wanted it. Larry originally went.
When he got blackmailed by you and Patrick. Mm-hmm.
And then
we remember.
Reported to the police. They reported to the police.
At almost gunpoint. a little less. I mean, at the you actually, I have clips, and I still have these clips on file where Eric is flat out says, Betty, if you don't get this restraining order is standing in the way of your house. If you don't get this restraining order, you're not getting a house. I have that. So yeah, they did all this stuff, but it was by blackmail and coercion, which I've already made videos about.
First, down to Adult Protection Services, various things against just about everybody there, guys.
And do you notice we've never heard one single story what this abuse was? Not a single story. Like we heard something about Lorraine pointing at her forehead, saying it's a bee sting. We've heard Timmy, I think, got hit in the head with a shoe, which we know from, well, we've heard from all the whole family members that, you know, the dog was on Timmy and BJ threw the shoe, and they all agree on that. But somehow that happened to Timmy. And one time, and this was years ago, and I think that's about it. Now, if you have a house full of people, disabled people being abused, say you got three mentally challenged people in the house, and you're claiming that these people are abused, right? So much that you have to go to the court, you go to adult protection, you go to the police station, you go to the police department, you're doing nothing but running to service after service, authority after authority to turn this family in, right? Now, wouldn't you think that he would have a list a mile long? Because we've all seen this stuff on YouTube, all these cases of bad things happening in people's homes, and they get reported, and the people come out, and you find out, okay, all right, they slam their head in the wall right there, and they slam and then he wouldn't feed them, and they didn't give him any food, and and they're hitting him with this, and then they locked him in this closet here, and I mean, just example after example. You'll hear all these things that this evil person did to the family, right? Every one of these stories, they'll have a long list of things that this evil person did to abuse this family. But Eric doesn't have that. He doesn't have a list of things. Something about a bee sting to a forehead, something vague about a shoe hitting Timmy a while ago, something vague about anyway, just a couple vague little things. He doesn't have a date. BJ hasn't had an ex-boyfriend in 20 years. So the ex-boyfriend thing should go right out the window. She's been with the same guy for 20 years. Something vague about a boyfriend from 20 years ago pounding on somebody, Ray or somebody. No ex-boyfriend in the picture in the last 20 years. So nothing. He's got nothing. And yet they came with ambulances and state patrols and hauled him away, kicking and screaming. Unbelievable. Like I said, at the beginning, it almost seemed like Eric had something on adult protection. Because how come Eric was barking orders and they were saying, okay, Eric, we'll do it. Okay, now get over here. Me and Larry are having an argument. Can you come over here and tell Larry he's full of shit? Oh, sure, we'll be on our way. Like, Eric, what did you have on these people? Like, how did Eric get the upper hand over adult protection and all these authorities? And now that he doesn't have the upper hand, he thinks he's going to spill some beans. What beans? Where are these beans that you speak of? I still haven't heard any beans.
And this was their words, not mine. They went up there. They asked for it.
No, they were.
This person is dangerous. They've abused this person, and this person.
Can you give some examples, Eric? No.
And you get that protective order, which says that if you come around, you're going to get arrested. Like, you're not allowed to come here because you're dangerous.
And it's so odd that he goes hell and high water, trip after trip after trip. He drives from another state, brings them all down there 3 times a day to the police station, the courts, and everywhere else, adult protection, drags them all over town, goes to hell and high water. After 3 days of all this running, he finally gets a temporary protective order That's good for 10 days. After the ninth day, he finds out that uh, the, the court date has passed. After 9 days, he still hasn't even looked up when the court date is. In my opinion, he missed that court date on purpose because he gave it away when he said, "Hey, she had this appointment and didn't show up. What do you think was going to happen? Of course they're going to take everybody away. What do you think was going to happen?" Well, Eric knew. That just shows you Eric knew what was going to happen if they missed that court date. And conveniently, Eric makes that date and leaves town. And then he claims that they came over and gave him papers days later. It doesn't work like that. When you leave that courthouse with that temporary order, they give you the paper there. They don't drive to your house 4 or 5 days later and give you a piece of paper. But he wants you to believe that.
So the reason you get the protective order, and then you go and report how dangerous this person is, and then one day say, we're driving it, they can come back home around the said people that you said they were abusing. Well, what did you expect to happen? And there was multiple times for that to be.
What did you expect to happen? That means 100% Eric knows what's going to happen. You don't think, of course the Whittakers didn't know what was going to happen. You're running the show, Eric.
Corrected. It didn't happen, including one the day of, guys.
The day of.
When it all went down, what was the first thing they did? That was Eric's fault. He missed the court date. They weren't telling everybody the truth. They weren't telling everybody you came and got served at your house with the court date. Didn't tell me. Allow me to.
That doesn't happen. Anybody with common sense knows that you leave that courthouse with your court date. I don't care what it's for, if it's a traffic ticket or anything. You go to court and they give you another court date. You go over to the table and you get the piece of paper from the lady. She said, "Here you go. Your court date will be September 4th, whatever." And they hand you the piece of paper and you walk out. They don't drive to your house a few days later and say, "Here's your papers. Here, ma'am, we typed them up finally." Like, okay.
You go to the Amish not knowing
Who's
anything.
buying this shit?
The reason I was away from my home was to be there for you and take you to that court date.
I sacrificed everything. Yeah, you were from your home to take you to that court date so you could miss it. So then I could get Timmy and go to Universal Studios and have him live at my house with these adoption papers.
But, guys, I still say, I had some very negative feelings in my heart towards Betty. I had to sit on that. And it sucked. It sucked.
It sucked for Eric. After poor Betty. I'm going to tell you something about Betty. You know how she's not at the home anymore? Pretty sure. By all accounts, Betty left many months ago. She went out of state with her friends, and her friends don't even want her talking to anybody. I don't know if she gets to see the family or not. We don't even know. It's none of our business probably at this point. But think about this. Why do you think she left her home? Why do you think Betty left her home? Think about it. From the time Betty was born, the house was filled with probably 15 people. Actually, I think it was 15. Betty grew up across the street from that house, and it was a big house. And they had it built, and it was a big house, and they had 12 kids or something. I don't know, they had a lot. And the mom and dad. It was a messy house. It was, Kenny and Larry and Betty and Lorraine and Barbara and Ray's brother that looked like him, the other one that died, filled with busy, packed full house packed full of people her whole life. And up till that day when they all got extracted and literally ripped out of their homes, till that morning, that was the last morning that Betty woke up to Ray making noises, Timmy laughing and doing something on the porch, Lorraine saying, "Betty, Betty," constant noise, constant, which she's comfortable with. That's normal. And from the time that those three got torn out, all she could hear is probably the clock ticking, tick, tick, nothing. And the silence was probably killing her. Waking up every day, looking at Lorraine's empty chair, looking at Timmy's empty chair, looking at the bed where Ray slept. Every single day, she probably couldn't take it another second. the silence and the emptiness. First time in her life. And that's why I think she had to leave. She probably just couldn't stand it. Waking up like that anymore. You know, disgusting. And all he can think about is how it affected him.
But when I look at it, her situation sucked. Who she was when I was there versus when I was gone was two completely different people. And I really think there is more to this whole thing with Larry than anyone else. Even the 100,000 plus GoFundMe money that went missing and it's disappeared. Where's the investigations on it?
Nothing went missing. They sent him 1,000, they spent it. They sent him 2,000, they spent it. They sent him 3,000, they spent it. They sent him 4,000, they spent it. It's not missing. But I would be ashamed to even bring up anything because they were paid. Whittaker's got their money, and it's none of Eric's damn business what they did with their money. And Eric wants to know why wasn't there investigation. Do you know why there wasn't an investigation? There wasn't any investigation with Mark Laeda because there wasn't any crime, Eric. There wasn't any fraud. And as a matter of fact, even the taxes were paid on that money. There was no fraud. That's why there's no investigation. There has to be a crime to be investigated. Yeah. How come there's no investigation? Where's all this money?
GoFundMe money that went missing and it's disappeared. Where's the investigations on that?
And I made a video showing lots of things that they spent that money on. New roof, new laundry room, new stove, on and on, a vehicle, siding for the house, a new roof. On and on and on and on. And then, of course, BJ got some money. Her son, Brandon, I guess, spent a lot of the money, and they admitted that. They admitted that Brandon probably got more money than BJ did. Because Larry and Betty were the one doling out the money. And so a little bit everybody got it. And they have a lot to show for it. And what do they have to show for Eric being there? No money. No improvements to the house, so he should be ashamed to even bring this up. The reason there's no investigation, Eric, is because there wasn't any crime. And they had gotten paid every penny and then some. They got paid all the money that was theirs, every penny of it, and the taxes were paid. No crimes were committed.
100,000 plus GoFundMe money that went missing and it's disappeared. Where's the investigations on that, guys? When they say, oh, we don't know who took it. I don't believe that for one damn second. Not one.
We'll go with commercials again.
Succulent riblets with 21 grand.
Riblets? Uh-oh. You know, they gotta be showing food because I'm getting hungry. Alright. There we go. People in his chat are
the greatest position, so I hope she has reunited. I don't know.
You don't know any more than we do.
It's all and done. What will your relationship be?
In fact, they'd rather tell us something than Eric.
No. I didn't get there. Sorry. It's getting heated. I haven't been lighted today.
He gets heated, yeah.
Make some jokes.
Thinking how close he was to bringing Timmy home. Making a bundle.
I still had contact when I came back to Georgia. I had FaceTime.
You had one FaceTime you told us, and it was for the fireworks. Go ahead.
My whole family was here.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just me. There's like 30 people here that saw this.
Oh, wow.
Fireworks.
He had fireworks.
Wanted someone to have fireworks for their first
30 people saw him have FaceTime, so he should probably get Timmy then.
They helped pick him out. And the whole thing was supposed to be about someone. And
Timmy.
They didn't get to experience it. But with the FaceTime, popped fireworks over FaceTime. Whole family got to say, hey, I got the call. Everything okay? What's going on here? And like I said, one day, a friend of mine texted me,
Dwayne.
A screenshot in one of the local news that had my name as a suspect next to Patrick's.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Oh, so
I will
mad.
never let that go. But
Never let that go.
I sent it right away to APS and said, "What is going on? I'm about to tell the world. I'm about to sing like a canary." Was my word.
Okay, and this. So what he's saying is that he's got this dirt on adult protection, right? And we still haven't heard this dirt. We haven't spilled no beans. There's no beans. So he still hasn't told us anything earth-shaking about adult protection, right? So either he's holding that out or whatever. But if you think adult protection is so dirty, and this is what he's telling us, adult protection is dirty. They're horrible. I got bad information on them that I could spill to the beans to the world, but I'm not going to sing like a canary because I want to bring Timmy home. And then once I can't bring Timmy home, now I'm going to sing like a canary. So basically, you don't have clean hands. You're working with people who you know are underhanded and dirty, according to you, but you're doing it just so you can get Timmy. And once you didn't get Timmy, now you're going to tattle on these dirty people that you were working with. Just want to make sure I got that clear.
They said, "We're sorry, we don't have any control over,
Yeah.
what the state's doing." And I'd never heard from them again, ever.
That's just exactly what I said. He already told us. So let's see. The 10th, he got told to scram. He had his FaceTime about the third week of September, and that was it. Got a little bit of fireworks. 30 of his family members got to say hi to Timmy on FaceTime, and that was it. Never saw him again. This is September, you guys. And then in fact, I'll tell you exactly when it was because he just told you after. Okay, this is epic. He just told you after he got the FaceTime with Timmy, then he got a message that you're being investigated. That's interesting because they were taken on September 8th. Eric was told to leave and you can't come to the hospital and see him anymore on the 10th. That FaceTime had to be the 11th, 12th, 13th, or 14th because he said the next thing after that, he got a report about the state police. And you know what? That was on the 15th. The state police announced the investigation where Eric was a suspect only 7 days after the family was taken. So all this happened within 7 days. The extraction, them telling him to leave and go home after 3 days, the FaceTime, and then within 7 days, he's told he's been a suspect investigation. So that was a very quick thing. So he hasn't, that just shows right there. What is that? By September 15th, he's out of the picture and he's under investigation.
Updates, no nothing.
No updates, no nothing.
That went unanswered.
Oh, wow. You know what? The people we should be really feeling sorry for about no texts, no dates, updates, anything. This should be Betty and Larry. He's upset that these people that he's barely met a month before, he's not getting texts, he's not getting updates. Nobody's telling him what's going on. And he just met these people. How do you think Betty feels?
It's doing, and I'd never heard from them again.
Neither did Betty.
No updates, no nothing.
Yeah.
There was several text messages that went unanswered.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Now you know how Betty feels.
And I just know what I was told leading up to that. I didn't know if they were still going to honor my relationship with the family.
What relationship with the family? You just met them a month before. That's a psychopath in my... I mean, you want him coming to your house? And after 3 or 4 weeks, he's trying to adopt one of your family members and calling the police on you? And then telling everybody you're not going to get in the way of my relationship with, one of your family members? Like, dude, you're a YouTuber doing videos and we just met you. Honor my relationship with the family. Wow. Just wow.
supposedly me and Marquez was the only people in the world. So he got put on the list because he was with me.
So 2 people who barely know this family were the only 2 in the world. Mark Escobar just met him like a day before. Met Timmy one day. And the only time he saw Ray and Lorraine was on the porch during the blow up. So these people that came and freaked out Ray, Timmy, and Lorraine are the only 2 people that got to see him. The only 2 people in the world that got to see the Whittakers were the 2 that freaked them out. Like I said, remember, September 5th on that Friday, Eric stood on the porch and screamed at the family. The next thing, the family got torn apart. And who's the only 2 that get to come visit them? Yeah, the 2 that screamed at them on the porch. Not Betty.
People in the world.
Not Larry.
You will have, this access. And
the only 2 people in the world are the last 2 people that saw rip their family apart. Well,
I had to wait 4 months to that first court hearing, and then
poor baby.
That's the part that I have to be quiet about. And trust me, one day when I can, just like with the other part, maybe I will be able.
And here is something you got to ask yourself: why is he still partially limited, and until what day? I believe that there's something going on. He's testifying in court against Patrick. There's court stuff going on, and we're not going to know any of this, you guys. We're not going to be able to FOIA anything until this case is over. You know that? Because I just found out that they don't FOIA records on an ongoing case. And so we're not going to be able to get any of these records until it's over. Nothing.
But I had to wait to see, what is happening? Am I being a patsy, or maybe they had to be quiet? Maybe somebody.
And that's how the Whittakers felt.
Over came in, but even if that, there was no reason for me to be in that situation. So I don't know what's going to happen. Can I still get adult custody of him or no?
Oh, God, I hope not.
No, I can tell you this. Would I? Absolutely. But would I want custody of a child that has a living parent?
A child? Timmy is almost 50 years old, and he's several years older than Eric. Does he want a child with a... Oh, my gosh. You had a front seat ready for him to go home the day he got torn from his... Now he's saying, would I really take him away? Oh, my gosh. What world am I living in?
That's the parent's child. And I feel that part's wrong.
Good night, not my monkeys.
So what was going on here, guys? So,
I wish you well on your MRI. I hope everything turns out good.
What was the name on that? Penny Hughes. Thank you for that. Let me start moving along, guys. Shirley Nestor. Eric.
And again, why does it look like he's writing these on his computer? You know what I mean? This is not how my emails look. Mine don't look like this. These aren't even emails, I don't think. I mean, if he's going to fake an eviction notice, and he's going to fake Timmy getting scared as BJ drove by the fake eviction notice, what do you think he's not going to fake emails?
Will there be a time that you will have any kind of visitation with blank, blank, blank? I know your heart is in the right place. I'm glad they're in a situation much better. At least I hope that's the case. Be well and proud. You did the right thing. Shirley, I appreciate it so much. I will tell you that, I think that was pretty much about the same question above.
Yeah, they're all the same question.
Only time will tell.
Peppered with compliments.
Eric, I just want you to know I believed in you from the beginning. The only time I can remember you asking for any money for yourself was with the B&B. And you told everyone that you had enough, that the extra you had was going to go, you was going to give it to Patrick to help with getting his house.
Why didn't they give the extra to the Whittakers? When he asked for them, and he got thousands of dollars. He said he got more than their first payday. The first payday was, what did they say it was? 7, 14, 21. I think it was over $20,000. They got thousands and thousands of dollars. And I think he said that, whatever. There was thousands of dollars left over. Why didn't these extra dollars go to the Whittakers who weren't getting paid yet?
And you told everyone that you had.
Because remember, at this point, the Airbnb, they had already had July 21st payday where Eric got paid 7,000 something. Patrick got paid around 6,000, and the Whittakers were supposed to get 6,500, but Patrick needed to borrow it, their portion. So the Whittakers already got screwed out of their first payday on July 21st, right? Out of $6,700 they got screwed out of. Now, here it is a month later. He's begging for this Airbnb money. He gets probably tens of thousands. I don't know. It was thousands of dollars. And instead of the extra going to, the Whittakers, because they hadn't got nothing yet, that also goes to Patrick. So think about this. Whittaker's July payment, the $6,700, went to Patrick. Then the leftover money from the Airbnb also went to Patrick, and that was on Eric's on his watch. Okay, because he's supposed to be in charge of the money.
Had enough that the extra you had was going to go. You was going to give it to Patrick to help with getting his house, and I did. I didn't just go give like undisclosed sums. That was one of the things that really boggled my mind. Here's this guy that says he's helping them get a house. And, I don't usually get in the comments. I saw one from a guy that was talking about it. He was like, "You're acting like a victim. You knew who that guy was before you got up there." And I was like, "No, I did not." What?
Yet he, I have a clip of him. In the last couple weeks, Eric said that the reason he went to meet Patrick the first time was because he was going to scout him out. He thought he was shady. He saw red flags and all this other stuff. And so now he's saying he didn't know he was shady and there wasn't any red flags.
About it. He was like, "You're acting like a victim."
And listen, he already knew about the past money with the Whittakers. He already knew about BJ's, her past. He knew about all the Whittakers' past. And that was not a problem. So even if he admits he knew about Patrick's past, how could that be a problem if the Whittaker's past wasn't? You know what I mean?
Victim. You knew who that guy was before you got up there. And I was like, "No, I did not." Once he heard, he apologized. I did not know. I had watched Soft White Underbelly, and all I know is one day on my Facebook feed, there pops this guy with someone I had been watching for a while, getting to fish and do things that they had never done before, and it seemed like an amazing thing. But they're trying to get a house and everything. It's beautiful because people have been wanting that. Even though the other scandal with the GoFundMe had happened, people still wanted to see this family. They love their family. But when I get up there, nothing was as it seems from here. You're not showing how you're going to get someone a new home. You barely have walls. Like the Whittakers had more of a complete home than Patrick. And look who's getting the new home right now. I mean, that speaks for you. I can promise you, it ain't here. And I don't think it's the Whittakers either. But there was nothing there. I went, I looked. There was no sheetrock or insulation in the walls. I'm pretty good with construction. Kind of put it in my mind. So this should be about $4,000. There you go get sheetrock.
Isn't it generous of him to toss $4,000 at Patrick after Patrick just got the Whittaker's $6,700 paycheck, and he gets handed another $4,000 to go fix his walls, and the Whittakers still have nothing but some potato chips? Wow. Big Daddy Warbucks really throwing the money around every direction except the Whittakers.
Insulation. I never saw it happen. I mean, it may have now, but
yeah, we didn't see anything new
at that time. That was what that was supposed to be for. There was also floors and just about God knows what else needed. I begged people to stop, but I can tell you what else. The haircut, the clothes, the food, everything. It was all day long, back and forth, making sure they were taken care of. I was 100% upfront with you guys, and I promise you, anybody can say outside that Airbnb, you ever sent me any money tied to that family or anything with it, I want to see it. Gee, send it to me. I would love to see it.
Excuse me. No, they didn't get any. They got chips, but I don't think they got any cheese. Um, no, the guy Eric and his friend got the cheese. Robert Mast got a gigantic block of cheese that he had to bring home on the plane. So Whittaker's, I don't think they got any cheese. They just got the plain potato chips. Maybe some cheese puffs. We don't know, but yeah, they didn't even get cheese. Eric and his friends kept the cheese too.
It's not going to happen. And if
The rats kept the cheese.
anybody has, if you didn't send it to somebody else and you're lying, I'm telling you, I'm not going to let a lot of people get away with some of this. Just didn't happen.
And that's why I see, he wants Mark Elia to be investigated for something clear cut that there was no crime. Yet he can just toss thousands of dollars over to Patrick that belongs to the Whittakers. No. I mean, no.
Anyway,
I mean, it's like Eric and Patrick went out of their way to make sure Whittaker's got nothing. And I do believe that they coerced with this. I believe that they had planned this. Hey, screw these Whittakers, man. All we have to do is give them some potato chips and bring them a pizza now and then, and they're happy. You and I can split all their money. And I believe that. Otherwise, I mean, we're seeing it. We're seeing it.
Need money to you right now to wait until there was someone in charge of the money to make sure it was put aside for the Whitakers. That's what we was doing with the Amish, and we talked to them about it. They agreed, but I also tried to get a nonprofit. Nonprofit would have been one of the better options.
You ever know somebody like this? They just talk in circles until your eyes are crossed, and you just don't even want to hear it. You don't even care anymore. You don't even know what he was talking about a minute ago, because he just spins in circles, talking about nonprofits and all this stuff. And to the point you don't even remember what your question was. And that's what he does here. Nonprofits, blah, blah, blah.
For that stuff. I didn't want nothing to do with it. I know that you did.
And they always do this if they're talking about money. Like, if there's missing money, they're going to spin you in circles like a blindfold. Like pin the tail on a donkey. Just spin you in circles blindfold and push you in a direction so you don't know where you're going.
A lot to help the family. He made sure, went to the doctor, and would put the medicine on his knees.
He went to the doctor, put the medicine. He got Bengay, basically got a tube of Bengay over the counter. Never did get him to the real doctor.
How much quicker could that have been done? For all the ones that want to troll and do the things, I mean, serious. A person in agony, they will never know the pain that someone was going through. How?
That's funny. You never got him to the appointment, and you never rescheduled it. It's funny because he missed that appointment. I think it was August 20th or 21st, and it never got rescheduled. Eric was there every single day for weeks after Ray's appointment got missed. Patrick didn't bring him to the appointment because he had to go to the mud party or whatever, mud festival or some crap. So they both dropped the ball. Ray never got to that appointment, the specialist, which is the only way he's going to get help. His only chance at help was missed. And August 21st, let me see, so they were there for several weeks, 3 more weeks after that missed appointment, Eric was. And not once did he pick up a phone and reschedule Ray's knee appointment with the specialist. Never even rescheduled it. He said, wow, Patrick, you missed Ray's appointment with the specialist. Hey, let's go to the Airbnb. Hey, let's go to the Amish. Not, hey, let's reschedule that appointment. No. So for him to pretend he cares about Ray's knee was just disgusting.
Quick was it to do that? To make a difference in someone's life?
How quick would it have been, Eric, to pick up that phone and reschedule that appointment with the specialist? Say, hey, my friend dropped the ball. He's not the brightest bulb, so I'll bring him next time. Let's reschedule Ray's appointment with the specialist. And, 3 weeks? Okay, 2 weeks? Okay. Sorry we missed that last one. I'll make sure to bring him myself. because he's really in a lot of pain, and I care so much about this man's knee. So I just want to, I'll get him there myself next time. What's the appointment? Okay, thank you. Hey, everybody, Ray missed his appointment, but we have it rescheduled. No, never heard it. Because Ray's knee, you didn't give a crap about Ray's knee. Or the day you found out on the 21st when Patrick said, oh, we were too busy. I went to this mud festival and broke my leg instead. Um, if Eric really cared about Ray's knee, he would have said, "Hey, okay, Patrick, I'll reschedule it and I'll bring him myself because I really care about Ray's knee." Nope, never happened.
That relief that he had been begging for.
So for him to say he made a difference in Ray's life makes me want to puke.
People could comment on it, they could like, they could do all kinds of things, but we can't get someone help that literally is like doing his best to communicate to you the agony. I'm gonna tell you, it's bad.
Then why didn't you reschedule his appointment?
It's bad. That was.
It's like the elephant in the room, you know what I mean?
At Smart House Auto Ship? Now you do. Smart deal, low prices. Smart.
We're all supposed to forget that they're the ones who didn't bring him to the appointment. You can't blame Ray and Betty because you already said that they're not competent enough to bring Ray. We got to do it ourselves. And then you drop the ball. And you want credit. It's almost like you want a pat on the back for dropping the ball. I mean, really, seriously.
Excited to see you. She always wanted to hug and love those chips. She was trying to tell people something.
Oh, she loves those chips.
She would point to Ed and point across to where Larry's trailer used to be. You're absolutely right, Kay. And that's something I haven't thought about in a while. Like I said, I've locked it
Wow.
Don't think for 1 second, guys. Everybody commented it all the time. I didn't need anyone pointed out. I was watching like a hawk.
Oh, goodness. So he was watching the rain, point at her forehead, and then point to the where Larry's trailer used to be.
The camera was constantly trying to find out, what are you trying to tell me? And who did you see her trying to tell that to? Did you see it anywhere else? Every time I did, I said it was a bee. I'd say, was that a bee? No. Much smarter than people give credit.
Okay, is that enough to call in the police and the ambulance and everything else because she's pointing at her forehead?
Just never had anyone invest. There was something there. I don't know. But
no, we just have to make stuff up.
Also, the one time at my Airbnb took them to get their hair done, new clothes, brought them back to the Airbnb, let them take showers, got dressed, went out on the porch, was like, want some coffee? Sat out there, was having some coffee, and I was asking Betty questions about like her mom and dad and what it was like back in the day. I don't know if any of you remember seeing it. Now, I've seen the dad didn't say words before, but not full sentences. They was trying to tell me the history of their mom and dad, and it was a lot. I'd never seen that before. Crazy enough, Betty and Larry could understand it, and but if they could talk that language, I think they could talk this language right here too. If someone had worked in love her to death. And
what did he just say?
People keep asking me about if I would get custody. Never do that to her.
Goodness. Oh, he has the adoption. He keeps showing the adoption paper how he wants to get custody of Timmy. How many times has he held up that wad of paper saying, look, I can get Timmy, I got custody papers? How many of you guys have papers filled out to get Timmy? How many of you have custody papers? I don't. Do you?
Absolutely
not. No. Now that he's been told to kick rocks, get out of here, you're not getting Timmy. Now he's pretending he doesn't want Timmy.
She was trying to.
But then next sentence he'll say, yeah, he does.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Blank loves you. He is really a lot smarter.
If people can't see that they're being played for fools, I don't know. I don't think I can help anybody that does.
A second ago, looks like OU thing off, showing him off just for show. I really just hope that you get to see them. I know how you feel let down. It isn't your fault. You tried your best. I feel Betty let Larry and BJ take over. She may be afraid of Larry too. I've watched a few of BJ.
I mean, does it not sound like he's written every one of these? Every one of this is his story, his narrative, with somebody else's name on it. It's funny how they pick out the ones that sound exactly like he wrote them, but
these videos saying that she didn't do this or she didn't do that. I didn't believe a word that she said. Look, guys, I mean, staying with Patrick, what you got to do? There's a thing called FOIA. You know what FOIA is? Freedom of Information Act. These are cases
out
that
of my pocket.
just like the ATS. And I can tell you, and I'll look. There's a lot more. Patrick, DJ, all you got to do is go look it up. I mean, they can say that all day long, but it's going to be very hard for them to hide. It wasn't like it was something that happened every once in a blue moon. There is a very big history here. And talking about dressing him up for just for show, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Chick magnet.
a chick magnet. Yeah. Patrick was dressing him up and bringing him out to the mall and having the ladies, with the pictures and stuff. Yeah. But Eric, you did the same thing. You dressed Timmy in little outfits and it said, "Dance, Timmy, dance, dance." I even have a clip of him telling Timmy to twerk, dance and twerk. Yeah, I have that clip. But yeah, you also were dressing him in costumes and parading him around. So
for you and your family, and also hoping you can
off your high horse there, Eric. Look in the mirror.
That was from Kay. Thank you, Kay.
Thank you, Kay.
Thank you so much. Scott Stevens. Was something going on with Patrick? And I don't know how to ask this question, but like sexually, was Patrick doing something to?
Oh my gosh! Well,
From Skin Better Science, Alpha Ret Overnight Cream, #1 non-prescription retinoid brand recommended by dermatologists. Our best.
Just reading questions. It seemed to me too many videos.
is this the second one he's asked about this? About this, indecent stuff with Timmy? Is this? We're 34 minutes in. I'm gonna only go an hour on this video because it's taking so long. We're gonna do the other hour, whatever, tomorrow, the next day. But isn't this the second one they asked if Timmy was being indecently touched by Patrick? See how he keeps reading the same stuff? I don't know.
He did together. It looks suspicious to me. Thank you, Eric, for all you did to try and help them.
And the whole
Scott, not that.
Oh, okay. You talk about suspicious. Everything Patrick did, Eric did too. They both laid in bed with Timmy with their jammies on and all that. So don't point the finger at Patrick. You did the same thing. If it was creepy for Patrick, then it was creepy for you. It can't be one or the. It's got to be one or the other.
Just reading.
It can't be okay for one to lay in the bed and not the other. You know what I mean?
Many videos you did together. It looks suspicious to me. Thank you, Eric, for all you did to try and help them. Scott, not that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
I believe investigations were needed.
Mm-hmm.
This was something that wasn't very common. Question asked. Okay, based off of videos.
Based off the videos, a lot of people ask the same question, but based off Patrick's videos or based off your videos, Eric? Because, yeah.
And I can tell you, if I would have had knowledge of that, hell hath no fury, dude.
Is Eric a woman scorn? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorn, or like a Eric scorn, I guess.
And I can tell you, if I would have had knowledge of that, hell hath no fury, dude. But not that I know of, but this was
Patrick. Eric is a scorned woman.
People ask very frequently, as we had one above. Thank you for that, Scott. Larry Tereshuk. I hope I'm saying you guys' names right. I bet you 100%. I appreciate everything you do. My question is, and I probably already know the answer, but on your message to Patrick earlier on the Whittakers, you said monetization is going up. It's about to stop. We are at 76,000. Can you please explain that to everyone, especially these morons who have platforms that say you pocketed $76,000 and we're bragging about it?
Oh, okay. Now this has been a little bit confusing, but I went back and I looked at that message, and they were definitely talking about money. They said because the exact message said something like, dude, our monetization just went up another 20,000 for August. We are now at 76,000. That's what it said. Something just like that. Dude, our money just went up another 20 grand for August. We're now at 76,000. I saw the message. And they're trying to turn it into 76,000 subscribers. No. The subject of that sentence was the money. Dude, we're at $20,000. It said something like, dude, we went up another 20,000 for August. We're now at 76,000. So, yeah, but you're going to hear him deny that.
And that's everyone, especially these morons who have platforms that say you pocketed $76,000 that you up to 76,000 followers. I don't know how stupid people can be, but they still keep saying you were bragging the fact about how much money you were making on the platforms, when the truth is you were gaining 76,000 followers. Thank you again, and best wishes on everything. We never, ever had money come in on a check like that. Ever. 76,000. If you're pulling in 76,000 on and usually monetization is per month. If you're bringing in $76,000 per month, you got to be a very, very, very well-known content creator. And I know a lot of content creators that way bigger than me, and I've never heard of people pulling those numbers. I'm sure they're out there, but they're not in my network. Now, 76,000 followers, yes, I remember.
I don't believe that.
Because the whole thing was, I'm going to do GoFundMe. We're not doing these donations. We can do this on monetization. Now, my job was to make sure it was doing what it could. And people do not have respect for content creators. It's something that I've noticed ever since I've been doing this. They think it's an easy job. It's like lazy people just want to sit around and play on an iPhone, and then you get money coming in. And they don't understand what
that's funny.
Involved. Those trips, the expenses that came out, not only with equipment, but between the gas and the hotels and the food and the haircuts and the theater and everything.
What equipment? He used his cell phone. What equipment? He just said equipment. Like he's some Hollywood, movie set crew.
On an iPhone, and then you get money coming in, and they don't understand what is involved with it.
And it's funny because we all heard Eric bragging how easy it is to make content. Now he's saying it's like rocket science.
The expenses that came out, not only with equipment.
And I've never seen somebody pad the expenses. I mean, really, he didn't even need to be in. He really, most of all that time, he didn't really even need to be in out of West Virginia. In that contract, he said that Patrick was going to do the content with the Whittakers, and he was going to be basically just doing the money part of it. So nobody, and he also said he was never supposed to be on camera. So basically, he was supposed to be at home editing this stuff, putting it out on platforms, and controlling the money. So for him to take all these trips, that's on him. It's like if I hired somebody a lawn crew to cut my grass, and he's over there, doing the weed whacking and stuff, and I already have somebody to do that, right? But he's over there doing that and doing this guy's job and that guy's job that I've already paid other people to do. And then he comes to me and bitches because he's doing other people's job. Nobody told you to do those jobs. You're supposed to do your job. But if you do have to come to West Virginia, which I don't even know why you should have, but if you did, you could have stayed in a hotel, a Holiday Inn or whatever, and stayed in a hotel, and then go back. But all these trips with his buddies and everything else, and these Airbnbs with 5 beds in them and everything else. That at first he said it was for the Whittakers, and it ended up all his buddies staying in those beds. But yeah, I've never seen anybody rack up so many expenses on it for nothing, really, for nothing. And then he barely put any content out with all that expenses, by the way.
The gas and the hotels and the food and the haircuts and the theater and everything, on and on and on.
Okay, what did that add up to?
And on and on. There's a lot that goes on. but we also was wanting to build a house. But what was something I heard nonstop, before any of this? And he's like, why would you even want to get them a home? They're just going to mess it right now. Now, I know good and well, how many of you watching this know you've heard that? Or thought it.
What, by one or two people? The majority of people wanted that home, and they were ready to throw money on it. He said it. Everybody wanted him to have a home. Everybody was ready to throw money. Now he's saying nobody wants him to have a home.
That's going to mess it right now. I know good and well, how many of
Nobody said
you
that.
watching this know you've heard that?
People might have been concerned that how are we going to keep this next home clean, but you know, had you done the right thing and just brought in some what are they called? They're old enough where they could have had some care coming in. You know, the county could have came in with what do they call home health aides or something, and they could have, you know, helped out. You know what I mean, to keep the next home clean. But no, he was bragging about everybody wanting him to have that home. Now he's saying nobody wants it.
Thought it, because it was a thought of mine. The plan was to have someone there with them. They really desperately needed that. I'm not going to fault Betty. Betty was in her 70s, guys, doing the best she
He's
could.
been nothing but faulting
Limited
Betty.
resources. Also had Larry and BJ there. They needed help. They desperately needed some help. It was a full-time job, and I don't know how she did it. I really don't. But not just for the cleanliness, but the help in the bathroom, medical. There was a lot going on, especially with their health issues, and I don't think that gets focused on enough. I can't remember if Betty had 1 or 2 heart attacks. She wasn't in the best of shape.
And she had been going to the doctor once a month with Timmy and Lorraine to get medication.
There have been several heart attacks in family members out there. That was a huge issue with them. That had taken many of the siblings. I believe the Whittaker family was.
Actually, that's a congenital heart defects that they had. That was the heart defects that they were born with. All the Whittakers had heart problems. Born with it. It's congenital. Not anything from neglect or poor care or anything like that. These Whittakers were born with congenital heart problems. So, yeah, I don't know what he's trying to.
Twice the size, a little bit more. Many of them have passed.
And isn't that something? Betty could take care of even twice as many people, but yeah, now that she's down to just a few, Eric's got to come and save the day.
You want to know what it costs to get a caretaker?
Oh, not this part.
We've had to do it for a family
yeah,
member.
we've heard him do the math.
When people are getting paid $15 an hour to work at McDonald's, people who show up and change diapers and have to bathe people and give them their medicines and do stuff like that, they want to get paid pretty decent. If you can find one for $15 an hour, that's usually pretty good, but that can be rough sometimes. 20, 25 is usually where they're at, but sometimes you can find them for a little bit cheaper.
Oh my gosh.
15. Now you do that 24 hours a day.
We don't need to add any of this stuff. You know why? Because the Whittakers have medical assistants, no doubt. I have 100% faith that they are all on medical assistance. You know what? I've always wished I had medical assistance because there's nothing better. All right. I worked in a doctor's office, and I know that medical assistance pays pretty much 100% of everything. It's probably the best insurance that you can get. The insurance that I was paying $500 out of every paycheck for was crap. Okay, but medical assistance, which I believe that they do have, you know, with Medicare probably, pays everything 100%. They don't have to pay for housekeepers. They don't have to add $25 round the clock at $100,000 a year. They're on medical assistance. You know, this stuff has always been paid for. Their heart attacks were paid for. The medicine's paid for. The monthly visits are paid for. The medications, everything they have is paid for. They don't need trust funds for hundreds of thousands of dollars of future medical bills. You know, this might be all right for somebody who, you know, actually, so the more money you have, you know, in retirement and all that stuff, and you don't have medical assistance and all that, those are the people that have to worry about the round-the-clock caretakers, not people who are poor. Poor people don't have to worry about this. It's covered. So why he keeps calculating this like he's some type of a
times 30.
You know, financial
I don't
genius.
know what the exact number is. I know it's over 10 grand, and that
Do you think Whittakers have to pay 10 grand for any care?
in a year.
Nobody does.
Just do that.
Only if you have a lot of money and assets.
120
Which
grand,
they don't.
150,000. That's just for a caretaker to have someone there to watch after you.
All right, so we're gonna need what 450,000 a year, you guys, to care for these three.
And to help with their cleaning. We're not talking about cleaning supplies and diapers and everything else that needs to go on.
You know, I think that it even pays for diapers, if I remember right. Yeah, I think their stuff covers all this stuff, cleaning supplies. Oh my goodness, sounds like he's padding another receipt. You know what I mean?
With it. And I think diapers should be a part of that.
He knows how to inflate a bill. You know what I mean?
Those can get expensive, and ones.
Nobody needs this stuff.
There's going to be a lot needed. But
no, there's nothing needed. That medical assistance and their own stuff won't pay for it.
It could have been needed. Because
how does everybody up and down that road that's in the same position, how are they getting by? Same thing.
Also monetization.
Government assistance.
There was a very good trend. Like the whole reason to do this, to help them, is to make sure it does this. As far as there was never, people had to take that the wrong way. The only person I know that went around bragging about money was the several ladies that sent in pictures saying Patrick was screenshotting the mouse and sending it to them saying, hey, look how much money I got. That wasn't something I was going around doing. Now, there was times I tried to fish with information with him.
Right, because he was getting more than Patrick.
You're damn right I did. I was trying to find out what was going on. We really have to go through that conversation. But I can just tell you, there's no way.
Mm-hmm.
No way.
No.
Elizabeth Ayers. I was wondering if you have heard or saw blank and how they was doing.
No, he hasn't seen them. He don't know nothing. He was told to leave and not come back.
Elizabeth. I mean,
no.
Not since I left West Virginia.
No, that was in September, so no.
That whole last week, the whole reason I was there.
He don't know nothing more than we do.
Be there for them.
He's told
the craziness that
kick rocks, leave.
Couldn't work.
You're not getting Timmy.
The whole project was over.
Yeah, get your camera out of their face.
Because you know what,
you've done enough
of that going on. I stayed.
Yeah, you're no longer needed. Scram. Go back to Georgia. You're not getting
Stephen Watford. You're probably super busy and may not get a chance to see this. However, I just wanted to say thank you. Even though things didn't go exactly according to plan, 3 helpless people.
Is there any emails that said, hey, Eric, you're not fooling anybody, a-hole? Where is the Whittaker's money? Why do you keep lying? Where are these emails? How come these are all... These all sound like they're written by Eric, and he should have made it a little more realistic and put 1 or 2 in there that were real, you know, or kind of sounded real. But these are all... They couldn't be more flattering. You know what I mean?
Finally got the help they needed for the first time in their lives. Hold your head up high. It was a tough mission, and you hit it head on like a man. In my opinion, you don't owe an apology or explanation of your actions. You documented in video practically every step of the way. To decent, normal people, it became obvious who the good guys in this story were, and also who the best are like that.
That's right, TNT. Eric was the cleaning crew. He cleaned out everybody.
Also, just hanging over you. You've got an army of people that support and praying for you and your team.
An army of people.
Ready for whatever the next step may be. Thank you, sir, for being a real man. May God
a real man. May God bless you, sir.
Stephen, thank you.
Eric, you're so wonderful. You know,
honey,
the whole world.
I have a friend with benefits.
It would fall apart without you, Eric. Without your help, everybody would just probably curl up and die.
You know, the crazy thing is I had done this so many other times.
Oh, really?
Not
how many other families has he broken up? He's done this many other times.
Nothing like this. I am a caring guy and I like helping.
I just like helping.
As far as one, you know, you documented in video practically every step of the way. Thank God I had been doing dad talk for the last 7 years. Once I did that first trip and started seeing like, this is not what I thought it was going to be.
Then you should have called it off and called the authorities right there. But you went the entire summer looking at their house inside, the mess, everything that you talked about, you saw it every single day through the entire month of August. And but yet, what did you do? Keep doing videos, keep doing everything, trying to get Timmy.
I knew if I don't document and something goes crazy, it's going to be my word versus theirs, even though I could be the same exact guy and do the same exact thing. Had I not videoed and documented and had all the stuff, look at what all's been thrown at me. They didn't believe me that I had
All that's been thrown at him.
Airbnb. They thought that I had the money, ran off to Georgia. I've been accused of all kinds of things.
And by the way, if people think Eric doesn't, Eric has told us 100 times that he has the money, and I don't know why people keep wondering where the money is. Eric said it's in a savings account. He said nobody would take the money, so he put it in a savings account. So no, APS don't have it, the state don't have it, the police don't have it, nobody has it. If there is any money left at all, it's supposed to be Eric's in a savings account, waiting to, you know.
It would just be me here saying all the same things, but it didn't have it documented. I had it documented, and that's why I'm okay talking about it, because I know I got to prove it. It's on public video. I'm still sitting here talking to you guys. Sad thing is, until I did that a couple of weeks ago, nobody knew this. Nobody knew any of it, and they're still.
And we still don't know anything. He hasn't told us anything new.
And about, you don't owe an apology or explanations of your actions.
Actually, he does.
I know I don't. The
No, you do.
that I put out the other day, that was something I wanted to think about, because I was so caught up in the trauma and pain of what
he's never apologized before, so he really had to think about how do you do this?
happened to me.
How does this apology thing work?
Think about, there was, I don't know how many people, could be hundreds, could be thousands, that donated not only this time.
And here's another thing. I don't really know how this works, but can't you just, now my question, one of many is, so there was no house, and so all the money donated. Now, I don't get why they're saying you have to ask for a refund. And then Eric gave all the refunds, and when people asked, they shouldn't have to ask. All the money should have been refunded, whether they asked or not. Because I remember on PayPal, I used to have PayPal, and I used to use it for business, you know what I mean, for making payments and eBay stuff or whatever. And so I know on PayPal, I could just go down the list and refund somebody's money. Just click the box. Somebody sends me money and they say, well, this thing is broke and I want my money back. I would just go click the box, return money. You know what I mean? And so I think that all the money should have been returned, whether people asked or not. If it was, for a house and the house isn't going to happen, he should be able to go down and click, check the boxes to send all the money back. Why do people have to ask for the money back? You know what I mean? It should automatically have been just refunded, whether you ask or not.
That I don't know about, or in that previous one where money went missing. And those are people that gave their hard-earned money in an economy that it is not easy to get money right now, because they wanted to help this family, and it was squandered. And I was so caught up in my own, there's a reason a lot of people are passionate about this. And like I said, I hope every single one of you have reported that. I'd love to see the other investigated. As far as the explanation, I'm not trying to give an explanation of my action. When people's lives are judged off of this information, their lives can be completely altered based off of series of events and a story. And there was fraud that took place. The one thing that should be the most important is making sure we know what the whole story was, what the roles were, who said what, and be able to back it up. And until, when I first started talking again, I had not said that anywhere. I was just tired of it. And I should have been able to say it from the beginning. I really wish I knew then what I know now.
That it wasn't going to get Timmy.
This is not about entertainment. It's not about anything but making sure that justice is done. People need to know. And justice for every one of you guys out there, too, that ever contributed. Because you were a part of this process and you trusted us. And I don't take that lightly. I have tried
Then refund everybody's money.
to communicate with people as good as I could. I sent out refunds.
Send out refunds. He's saying that the people that asked for their money back, first of all, he said he didn't want to give the money back because a guy called in pretending he gave money and it was a big scam. And so he thought, I'm not going to give any money yet because they're just scamming me. No, you just go back on that page where you got the money and you just click return. Okay, you don't have to listen to anybody's story. You just return the money. Send out refunds. Anybody get a refund?
Because
it's funny. I sent out refunds and it sucked. Yeah, I bet. It's not as fun sending the money back out as it is when the money comes in.
I couldn't say nothing to people. People that supported.
That's all right. Don't
We'll
cry.
find out if anybody else sent any refunds. Anyway, Stephen, thank you, sir. And I'm not anger, not going out towards you, and if it's coming off as angry, guys, it's just before I started this, I wasn't there. It gets me frustrated.
Yeah, imagine how the Whittakers feel.
Julia Ferraro, what legal actions can you guys take next to help this family? I have watched and minded my own, no sides when it comes to helping someone.
I think Eric's done enough in the legal action department.
I have taken in my home 23 young adults in my home, and I help to try to guide them. Right now, I have a recovering addict.
23 adults in their home and a recovering addict and an active alcoholic.
I left my home to live 2 hours away to care for my mother. Life gives us challenges, and you gentlemen, I praise you for giving more than just you soul. We, the caretakers, only know how to do good for others. Respect and pat yourself on the back for the good you have accomplished. And you know what? Just reading that message, that one, we, the caretakers, only know how to take good for others. Julia, that
now Eric's the caretaker.
resonates because I don't think about it. There's no motives behind it when I see
Eric's the caretaker now.
There's a person that
Oh, goodness.
help them. Dang it. Help them.
Help him, dang
In
it.
the world.
Bring him to that
That
doctor
was great.
appointment you missed.
Believe. And I don't know,
Reschedule that
other
appointment.
People been through stuff like this. Understand
Mm-hmm.
why you mistrust people's actions, but
Yeah. Now you know what we do.
just help people.
Just help
Sorry,
people.
guys. My screen's here and my camera's here.
He's getting all confused.
What legal actions can you take next to help this family? I
Legal action.
don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, in order to be able to help,
The only legal action I think might be going the other direction. So.
to do anything, you really need to know details, guys. In many ways, I know as many details as the next person.
Right, because you got
I
locked
knew
out.
what I knew up until that point. And then once,
Mhm.
like I said, I got cut off. It was
Yep.
just like
He got cut off. Kick rock.
radio silence.
Radio silence.
Radio silence. Someone
Radio
that you
silence.
depended on to show you how to care for people.
Oh my goodness. So he went, okay, so after they took the family ripped them out of their home, brought them down to the emergency room, Eric wants credit for showing the hospital how to take care of people. You know what I like to do? Every once in a while, I like to go down to the emergency room and I just barge right in there and I try to start telling the nurses and the doctors how to take care of their patients. You know what I mean? I say, no, you're putting a lotion all wrong on that knee over there. You gotta start from the left and wipe it to the right. You know what I mean? You're doing it all wrong. Here, let me show you. I'll show you how to put the ointment on raised knee. Oh no, yeah. He had to show the hospital how to care for the Whittakers.
They're okay that night in the hospital.
Make sure that they're okay.
You guys only knew.
If you guys only know. Oh, we know.
Taking in my home 23 young adults. God bless you. And right now, I have
Let's have a big home.
Struggling alcoholic in my home. And let me tell you, that is not an easy job. But thank you for doing that. You know, and I want to be able to see the good in people in a world that only sees the bad. I used to be that guy back in 2010, and that is one of my prouder moments in 2010. I guess the struggle started back around late 2006, early
Here
2007.
we go.
Not
All about
exactly sure,
Eric and
but
his
I started
problems
struggling with
again.
opiates, and that started off with just like a half,
Opiate.
and it was never meant to be a thing. I never wanted to mess
It just started out with a half. A half of what? A half of opioid? He started out with half
with
opioid.
opiates, and that started off with just like a half, and
Mm-hmm.
it was never meant to be a thing. I
Mm-mm.
never wanted to mess with stuff like that. But there was something about that euphoric feeling and happiness that I got from opiates when I was on it as a guy that suffers with depression that once I started messing, it just grabbed me. And I never thought I would be off being the preacher's son, being a family man. I was so embarrassed. I hid it so much. And for anybody that's ever had that struggle, it's not fun. In the end, you're not doing it to get a good feeling or anything. You're doing it to just feel normal. And I never thought I'd get out. But 2010, I broke those chains. I don't drink and smoke weed and don't do any of that. I became a dad. And I wouldn't want anybody judging me based off of who I used to be.
Oh, but you can judge the Whittakers about who they used to be. You can judge BJ and Mark Laeda from something that happened years ago that wasn't even illegal, and they've forgiven each other and moved forward. You want nobody judging him.
Even those people, I don't know who they are, but they can get over this and they can become whoever they want to be. They just got to want it. Even in this case, why I see that important. One of the first things I did, and, at one point I thought Larry was actually trying and wanted to help. I went and
he thought Larry was actually trying and wanted to help. Larry's been there for 20 years, and Larry's the one that drives everybody around because he's the only one in that whole compound over there that has a legal license. And so Larry has been the driver for everybody. Okay, Larry's the one that gets their groceries. Larry brings them to the doctors. It's been Larry. Larry does the work, the man stuff around the house. He's the one that's helped Betty take care of everybody for 20 years. But Larry didn't fix the toilet right or something, and he even yelled about that. I have a clip of Eric saying, Larry, I told Larry, what do you even do around here? Can you imagine this YouTuber coming to your house, barking orders, saying, what do you even do around here? Goodness gracious. Everybody was doing fine before you showed up. Nobody was trying to figure out who's lacking and who's not. They worked together as a team. It was a family. Everybody had a function. Everybody had a part. Everybody had a role. And it seemed to be okay. And by the way, if anybody doesn't think that if anybody doesn't think that Ray is not still having accidents in his pants, locking him in a nursing home or whatever isn't going to make him stop having accidents occasionally. And I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of nursing homes that don't hop right on that. You know what I mean? There's nursing homes that I've walked into that smell like ammonia from all the piss, and it stinks. And people get staph infections and all kinds of UTIs and all kinds of stuff, bed stores and rash. Yeah, because these people aren't doing what Betty did. They're not waking up and taking care of everybody because they're family and they love them. They're coming to work and they're taking care of 20, 30 people on their floor. That there's not enough time. They're understaffed, they're underpaid, and some of them are actually abusive to the patients. We've all seen it. They've been caught doing it. And so, yeah, we don't know how they're being cared for. And you know what? To be honest, and to let's be fair and be honest, we don't even know if they're being taken care of better than Betty did. We don't know. We don't know if these people are taking care of Lorraine, Timmy, and Ray better than Betty. We don't know. We'll probably never know.
Pulled some strings. He's going to get BJ 100% paid rehab.
Mm-hmm. And you are under no. Eric's not qualified to be putting people into rehab. He just got done saying he had an opioid problem that he just decided to walk away. He didn't have no treatment. He doesn't look. He doesn't look good. So yeah. Anyway, so he's trying to be a drug and alcohol counselor. He's trying to have wear all these hats that he's not qualified for. Eric's not a nurse. He's not a rehab counselor. He's nothing. I don't think he's got any college degrees. No associate's degrees, no bachelor's degrees. He's got nothing. He's a guy that's got a YouTube channel. Not qualified.
Nice facility too. Then I was told, well, she won't go without her boyfriend, so that's probably why she ain't gonna go. I went back and another conversation. Came back. They said they'll take the boyfriend too. They said she's got to want it, and not to even come if she don't want it, because she's taking the spot from somebody that can really need it.
And it's I'm going to wrap this up pretty soon, because I'm almost at 3 hours, and I'm almost about almost an hour on this video. But the truth of the matter is, the last video that we saw before these guys showed up, BJ had been going to it's either a methadone clinic or a Suboxone clinic or something. But she was on medications to try to get herself clean on some type of a program. And so was her son, Brandon. And Brandon had his kids taken away. And Brandon did so good that he actually, CPS gave him their children back. He's been working at a job, maybe even 2 jobs, I'm not sure. But Brandon's turned his life around. And it looked like BJ was turning her life around too. And they were on this program and stuff. And in comes Eric declaring that BJ needs to go to treatment. Well, wait a minute. She's under a doctor's care right now. And that, in fact, that's one of the times that I know for sure that they ran out of gas. BJ and Larry ran out of gas one of the mornings that they were going to the Suboxone clinic. And as a matter of fact, in the Mark Laeta video, Larry was complaining how expensive it was to drive her to this clinic. I don't know if they have to go every day or once a week or something, but he said he had to keep driving her to this clinic to try to, stay sober or clean or whatever they do. And so that's one of the reasons why they ran out of gas. It's because they had to go to this place all the time to get her medications. And so for him to come in and say, you know what, I don't care what you got going on in your life, you need treatment because I said so. And if you don't go, then there's going to be a problem. And I just showed you guys that Eric's plan from back in July was to him and Patrick. I showed you the text message in another video. Him and Patrick had planned in July to get rid of BJ. He said, just tell her what she wants to hear for now. Tell her whatever she wants to hear. She's going to be gone soon, and that will be that. And that was in July. Yeah, they tried to put her into treatment that who says she even needs it? She's going to the clinic every day. He tried to get a fake eviction notice. He tried to get a restraining order. He tried all this stuff to get rid of her. Get her arrested, and then tried to, when she got out, tried to tell everybody she's a snitch, maybe get her off that way. You know what I mean?
You never heard anything back. I wanted to see her get help.
It was Operation Get Rid of BJ, so cut the, Good Samaritan Act.
But the thing about rehab, guys, a lot of people have tried to force others in rehab. If they don't want it, it's not going to do you any good.
If you're not qualified to, order someone there.
I know what that was like. Some people don't react to substances like that, and some people do. So I have a heart.
And my question is, Eric, if you're saying that you quit these opioids on your own, then how come you didn't need treatment? If the only way to get off this stuff is to go into inpatient treatment with your boyfriend in Florida, then how come you got off without going to a treatment center, right? Somehow he's decided that the only way BJ is going to ever be better is to go to treatment. But somehow Eric got off this stuff without going to treatment. How does that make any sense?
For people like that, but I also know how difficult it can be trying to take care of someone
Mm-hmm.
like that. So God bless you, Julia, and thank you for writing.
God bless you, Julie.
Lunch menu doesn't have bagel.
We're almost at 1 hour on this video. We're gonna wrap it up here in a second. What are we at? Did they just say bagel? Nope, now I got rotor commercial. Get brake pads done. Good grief. He's got some people in the chat here. Here's somebody talking to Not My Monkeys. Hey, Not My Monkeys. I'm sure a lot of people didn't get refunds. I haven't heard of anyone getting anything back. And there's no, what do you say? Yeah, people in the comment section.
Intentions for the Whittakers. My question is this. If the state knew
Best intentions
about the family, why wasn't anything done sooner? That was his first question. Before I even read
That's funny.
Second part, the state knew about the living conditions and about the family. Why wasn't anything done sooner? Austin Hader for life, whatever the real name is, I do the same thing. I think a lot of people would. I mean, you guys really sit back and ask yourself that. Look,
maybe because they showed up and they saw there was no emergency.
Why not? It did not take a guy.
Well, and I'll tell you why not. Because they never got 60 calls on somebody who's being played worldwide on YouTube. They had no choice, in my opinion. They had no choice but to do something. They're going to get blamed. They're going to get ridiculed. They're going to get sued. There's something. They had to take this family away because, you know, there was all this commotion.
Georgia coming up there and documenting for them to know this. This is not like, I remember that night, the second day, when we wasn't able to get the protective order for Betty at the courthouse. And she was disappointed. So I was like, do you mind if we go by the police station? Like, that's twice.
Okay, they go to get the restraining order 2 days in a row, they get turned down. Now Eric says, do you mind? Hey, Betty, do you mind if we go to the police station? Like, okay, now you're going to the police station. He's doing everything he can to bring trouble to this house. Hey, Betty, do you mind if we go to the police station? I'll buy you a Dr. Pepper on the way home.
The courts, I'm just curious what cops will say. And I remember talking
I'm just curious what the cops will say.
You know, the detective, and he's just saying, I'm there.
Oh my gosh. Imagine if somebody did this to your family.
Very familiar with it down there. Had, you know,
and you know, this is why Patrick got charged, and I sure hope I hope Eric is charged at some point, because you know, statute of limitations are probably a couple years. So just because he hasn't been charged yet. Now the next indictments aren't coming out until September. Okay, so the you know, the grand jury does not meet again until September. So I don't know. I don't think he made the May indictment list. So you know, it could be September. Maybe it's never. Okay, but yeah, I don't think he's totally off the hook.
Numerous different occasions, and this is something that has been going on for decades. They 100% knew about it. I don't know. A great question. If you knew about all these resources and all these other things that, you know, you're telling me about that we can get for the family, why wasn't they offered sooner?
Actually, there was no resources given to the family. The only resources was an ambulance, a bunch of state patrols, and you know, basically a bunch of goons that came over and extracted the family against their will.
And on the first meeting, and get these guardianship and conservatorship papers.
Okay, stop right there. Why didn't the adult protection? It just makes no sense to me that they're handing Eric, who doesn't even know this family, is from a different state. He's a YouTuber coming to make videos. And that all, I mean, it was easy to see that he was, you know, had dollar signs in his eyes. Now, how they ever handed him adoption papers or guardianship or conservative or whatever he wants to call them, papers where he can get full control of this family, I don't get that. Yeah, maybe there is something weird going on with adult protection. The way that Eric had control over them. Eric barked the orders at them and they jumped. That I just thought, what in the hell does he have on these people? And they're handing papers over. It still doesn't make any sense to me. Hopefully someday we'll know the truth.
Flat. My opinion, stay in your corner.
Stay in your corner. Boy, Eric. There's a lot of, let me look at check the comments in. Oh. Poor Eric. Worked his butt off for nothing. Yeah. Oh, Doc. It's funny, there's a grooming commercial on Eric's video. Grooming. You know, oops.
Cases like that is to make sure that situations like that aren't going on with people who can't help it. Number two, do you think you was brought in by Patrick to be the scapegoat when things went south? No.
No.
He knew he needed a
He went in there for the money.
I think, looking back
about that.
A couple of things. I knew how to do all the things with social media that Patrick did, all the things. The reason Patrick started getting any traction, guys, is because of who was on that camera with him. They weren't tuning in to see him, and likewise, when I was there, they wasn't tuning in to see me. They were tuning in to see the family because they loved them. But outside of taking some video and posting it and replying to comments and then checking to see what the monetization was, he didn't know anything about content creation. But not only that, when he saw my platform, how long I had been doing it, and that I had a following, kind of props him up.
Okay, I got to stop with this because he's trying to say that because of his very large platform, the Dad Talk platform, very large platform, and his large following, it propped him up. But wait a minute. Remember, Eric, you told everybody you kept Dad Talk private. You didn't tell anybody on Dad Talk about the Whittakers until I'll tell you exactly when it was. The first time you ever mentioned Whittakers on Dad Talk was on Sunday, August 24th, is the first time Eric ever mentioned the Whittakers. Do you know that? Sunday, August 24th is the first day that Eric ever mentioned the Whittakers on Dad Talk. But he's trying to tell you here that because of this large platform, it propped Patrick up. Patrick would have gone nowhere if it weren't for his large Dad Talk platform, which, like I said, is a lie. Because you never mentioned Whittaker or Patrick or anything until almost the end of August, when it was in full. I mean, it blew up back in June. It blew up in July. It blew up in August. In the end of August, you're finally mentioning the Whittakers on your Dad Talk, but yet you want us to believe that your Dad Talk was what propped this up. Your large channel Dad Talk propped up Patrick, or he would be nothing. This is a lie.
Taking some video and posting it and replying to comments and then checking to see what the monetization was, he didn't know anything about content creation.
That's right, Katie.
When he saw my platform, how long I had been doing it, and that I had a following, kind of props him up.
Huh. You're hit, so there you go. That's a lie. His large platform did not prop up anything because you kept it hidden on your large platform.
I don't think it might not have went as far, guys, because the people in that area, this is what a lot of you just don't understand. The people in that area.
Oh, and here's where he says that because of his large platform and his outstanding reputation, they were able to overcome Patrick's small platform and his bad reputation.
They know. That's why they was tracking us down and finding out. If you only knew the conversations, they knew this. And
They were tracking you down, Eric, not
I
Patrick.
think it probably would have been exposed much quicker. And I didn't know at that time.
No,
But
Eric,
I think he needed somebody to do it. I mean,
he didn't think people would pay
responsibilities, I showed you
attention.
my responsibilities. I wasn't supposed to be doing 90%, if not more, of the things I was doing. I mean,
Then, right, that's right. Now, he just said it all right here. He was doing 90% of what Eric was doing, he wasn't even supposed to be doing. That's right. Because if you were doing what you're supposed to be doing, you would really have probably zero expenses to turn in. But because you did 90% of the stuff you did, you weren't even supposed to be doing. Yeah, listen to this.
Be doing 90%, if not more, of the things I was doing. I mean, that wasn't my thing, but I did it.
Then why did you do it? He did 90% of the things he wasn't supposed to do. And then he bitched about it.
Because I cared about them.
That's why.
Nothing extra from me. I wanted to help
extra? No, nothing extra. Just tens of thousands of dollars expenses.
The heavy lifting. How
he got trips for all his friends. They got to the Amish. They got to fly in. They got to go on car trips. Lots and lots and lots of extras. So don't lie.
Having fun. I mean,
going places and having fun.
You know, I had this. When I make content, I put a lot behind it. I haven't been able to because of what happened. But
what a bunch of crap.
But I think I was the scapegoat for him later on. Absolutely. Yes. I mean, he still to this day can't do nothing but try to make. Look.
Isn't that funny? Eric is a scapegoat for Patrick. Yet Patrick's the one that's been arrested, charged with 11 felonies, had a $150,000 bond he had to pay out, and he's had to spend thousands on an attorney, and he's still facing prison time in court. Yet Eric is a scapegoat? How does a scapegoat get away scot-free? I mean,
absolutely, yes. I mean, he still
don't people know how the scapegoat works?
Little slurs. He's never been able to show you any documents or anything on me. He'll give you little snippets of text messages to try to make a narrative about. He won't give you the whole thing.
He's under investigation, facing felonies and trials. So yeah, I imagine he's not saying anything.
It would make a lot more sense to you. Okay.
Scapegoat. That's hilarious.
The team Eric thing. I'm still.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the support. I'm still iffy on the whole thing. It's not a team, guys. I should not have even been involved in this.
That's right. You shouldn't have.
It's not a me versus Patrick.
We all wish you weren't involved.
I'm not charged. I didn't do anything. There's no challenge. In the challenge, you need like people going for the same thing, or you know, like I was so oblivious to most of this until there at the end.
He was oblivious to all this, you guys. He didn't know nothing. He didn't know nothing about buying gas or lunches or anything. He didn't even know these were adult protection. He was oblivious. It was all Patrick's fault. Anyway, I think I'm going to stop the video here. We're about an hour. We can do the rest tomorrow or the next day or whenever you want, if you want. I'm going to go back into the chat, and I am going to check out comments. Bam. Let's go over here and see if we can catch up on some comments here. Check out where we're here. I think maybe Eric didn't think as many people would pay attention. That's right. He thought everybody was dumb. Yeah. When I think our brilliant professor pointed out the two tumblers, I believe Timmy called the police because he was scared. Because if you remember, the next day Eric was trying to play it off. Yeah, so somebody told me about those tumblers, and I went back and looked, and I looked at video after video after video, and yeah, there was not one tumbler, but there was two, and there was three, and then there was a water bottle. So there's 3 tumblers and a water bottle. Actually, 2 tumblers, a coffee cup, and a water bottle. Somebody drew it to my attention, and then I dug into it. So shout out to Actually, I think two people brought it up. Yeah. You got your boots on. Yeah, he is. I hope you got waders. Those ones that come all the way up to your chest. Yeah. Yeah, it was killing. It was killing Betty to stay in. Can you imagine waking up in a quiet house? Because I remember BJ said, there was like that little interview, and I can't remember if it was, what's his name, Brian, the one with the boot, you know, story. um, but Brian went down and interviewed, who was it? Betty, Larry, and BJ. Remember that? Like, short within a couple weeks after this happened. I think it was Brian Cody or whatever his name is. Went down there and interviewed him, and I remember they're saying, "Yeah, you guys really miss the family, huh?" And they said, "Yeah, we really miss the family." And BJ said, "I really miss when she was in her camper." She said when she wakes up in the morning, um, she's in her camper and she can hear Ray. Ray is already out in the yard, and Ray is making these little noises outside her camper every morning. He's out having fun, whatever he's doing, whatever. She said she wakes up now and there's nothing. But she said she misses that, waking up to the noise of everybody. And Ray would be out doing his thing, and she'd hear him around the camper, and she missed it. She said she misses it. It's just so quiet. Yeah. So anyway, let me read some of your comments here. Yeah, I think she got chips, and I guess she got some. What else did she get? Some cheese puffs or something. Yeah. Lorraine probably won't even eat chips to this day, I bet. I bet. I mean, imagine how traumatized this family is. They see a bag of Lay's potato chips and they think of Eric and, how horrible everything was. And Eric on the porch yelling at everybody. Timmy holding the newspaper up because he doesn't even want to look at him. He looks scared. Timmy looks scared. What happened to Dwayne? Hey, Nazreen. Dwayne, I think he jumped ship because according to Eric, Dwayne was the one who called Eric on September 15th, the Monday, exactly 7 days after they were taken away. 7 days later, the police opened up that investigation. Eric said he got a text message, and it was from Dwayne. And Dwayne said, "Hey, you're named in the investigation as a suspect for fraud." And then shortly after that, like within a week, Dwayne put out that video, a timeline video, and I don't know if he was covering his own butt, but he put out a video which I thought kind of was insulting to Eric, and I thought, why is he? I thought maybe he didn't realize it, but he was kind of insulting Eric. But I think it was on purpose. We should go over that soon. Well, hey, Two Paws, good to see you tonight. I missed the whole live chat. I was out buying stuff to replace everything in our house. It's time for a change from the 90s. Yeah, I've been in a lot of houses in the real estate stuff, and some are stuck in the 70s. It's like a family got their house the way they wanted it, and it's stuck. And there's still orange shag carpeting, green, chairs, harvest gold and green appliances. And it's like going into time capsules in these houses, It's just like everything stopped in 1978. Anyway, good to see you tonight, Two Paws. Fun too. I think because I can't believe Eric wanted credit for taking care of people. I thought he did. He was there. And that's what really made him mad, because he's the one that showed the hospital how to take care of these patients. Yeah, because you just don't learn that kind of stuff in school, and you don't learn it on the job. And if you've been a nurse and a doctor for years, you still don't know anything. And you kind of need somebody like Eric to come in and as a nurse, I really would appreciate it if some know-it-all would have came in and showed me how to do my job. You know what I mean? I would have just loved that. You see, I never got that. Yeah, he wanted credit for that. And that's why he even felt more betrayed, because he's the one that showed him how to communicate with the Whittakers. He's like the Jane Goodall of extractions, you know what I mean? How much do you reckon he's making off the videos doing now? Well, I never had that many views, so I don't know, but they're dropping. But we'd have to go back and look. He's got 7,000 on one. He had 10. I think he had like 15,000. He had a lot, so I don't know how much, but he's making hundreds. Still not enough. Not like he's not going to make enough. I'd say maybe, I don't even know. I'd say a few $100s. I don't know. Probably not even 1,000. It's not going to pay his bills. You know what I mean? And I don't know how he pays his bills. Not that I really care, but you do have to kind of wonder. If this is his job, how do you pay bills? Because even with this amount of, this is the most views he's had probably in many months. Well, it is. And even at this amount of views, it's not going to pay his bills. You know what I mean? You'd have to ask somebody with this amount of, I'd say, I don't even know. Like I said, maybe 1,000. I don't know. Like I said, and his wife works. And no, maybe that's, and Eric did say when he came back and did those live streams that one week, I think 2 weeks ago, he said the only way he's gotten by is help from people. It sounded like his family, like financially he doesn't have any money. He said something like, financially I'm broke. The only way I'm getting by is help from, I don't know, people around him or something. I don't know, probably in-laws or who knows, maybe the wife. I don't even know. But he's not paying the bills. Is basically what he said. Why not? You know what I mean? I really got zero patience for a man who's got a wife and children, and he can't even do a. I'm not, just saying. Somebody who is physically fit like him to work, doesn't seem disabled, but yeah, yeah. Anyway, well, Two Paws says I'm not wanted. Why are you not wanted, Two Paws? Did somebody say you're not wanted? I think everyone's saying hi to you. I just got in the chat, so I don't really know what's going on. Let's see. Did my kids ever get a lie past you? Yeah. Yeah. Because sometimes I couldn't believe they just lied to me, yeah. Yeah. Not a lot, but yeah, once in a while I slipped a few past me. I think maybe Eric didn't think as many people would pay attention. Yeah, I don't think so either. Sometimes when you get away with stuff, what do they call it? Pilots do the same thing. It's called complacent normalcy, complacent. It's where you do something wrong and you get away with it, and then you do something wrong again, and you get away with something so many times over and over that you think you're never gonna get caught. You know what I mean? And I'm talking about pilots because pilots will they talk about this a lot on those airplane. I'm subscribed to a lot of those um, airplane channels, airplane pilot channels, and they talk a lot about complacency, where like a pilot will get by with something like not doing a checklist or doing something, and nothing goes wrong, and so they do it again and they do it again, and pretty soon it becomes normal to do something because you've gotten away with it so much. And it's the same with people who lie or whatever. If you do something wrong or that's maybe not, on the up and up or whatever. Maybe if you don't do something by the book. Criminals are the same way. There's just, if you do something and you don't follow the rules and you get away with it. And the same like, say, running a stop sign or something. You run a stop sign, you get away with it, you roll through it, and then you run another, and you start to think you can always get away with something. So I think that's kind of the way with people that lie. They get away with it over and over and over. So when somebody calls them out, they're like shocked, you know what I mean? And so I think that he was so used to people believing his bullshit lies that he just assumed he could just keep doing it and doing it since nobody's been calling him out. And I believe that's why Eric acted the way he did, trying to play it off. You can see on Timmy's face. Well, you remember that time. Timmy called 911. I don't know how many times, dozens? I don't even know. But why? Obviously, we saw Eric in the kitchen at the Airbnb over and over telling Timmy, now don't call 911. Don't, and Timmy understood. No, don't unless, it's emergency. And he spent all night calling 911, so what does that tell you? And you notice he never called 911 when he was with Patrick. Yeah, that was effed up. Yeah, he needs to get a job. I just have no patience for somebody who doesn't provide for themselves and their family. I did it single, by myself. And if I can do it by myself, then I don't see why a grown-ass man can't do it the same. Said it before, I'm going to say it again, just a thought, but I think if the way things go like they should, then embezzlement will be the last thing Eric has to worry about. Embezzlement? Are you talking about what he's blaming on Mark Landa? Well, here's the thing is, we haven't heard that he's been cleared, and, it seems like, here's the thing. I believe that, here's my theory, okay? Here's my theory why Eric hasn't been arrested yet. This is just a theory. I think that Eric is actually the big fish, right? And I think, now I could be wrong, but I think that the police, they want Eric more than Patrick. And I believe that Eric is the big fish and Patrick is the small fish. And I believe that Eric has done a lot more than Patrick did. And I believe that Eric also brought a lot of negative attention to West Virginia. And I believe that Eric brought some negative light on adult protection, West Virginia, the court, the everything. And I believe that if I were the investigators, and I don't know how they work because I don't know about this stuff, but if I was the investigator, I would first, knowing what I know, I would arrest Patrick first, right? Because I really want Eric the most, but I would arrest Patrick first. and I would charge him with as many felonies as I could possibly, like it's 11. I would charge him with like 11 felonies, right? Enough to go to prison for life. And I would probably try to scare Patrick and tell him that he's going to prison. I mean, it could be for life, you know, but you got these 11 felonies. You're in quite a jam. And I would squeeze Patrick to get all the dirt I could out of Eric and cooperate with me so we can put Eric behind bars, right? And if you do good, then maybe we can talk about maybe dropping some of these felonies, and you know what I mean? So if Patrick, if you cooperate, so we can bury Eric, we'll take you first. And if you do good, now remember, there's been court dates that Eric said he's been forced to go to. He's been forced to use his own money, his own vehicle, and out of my pocket. He had to go back to West Virginia. We know in December and a few other times, even recently. I think he said Mark went with him. Yeah, he did. He said Mark went with him because he said they had to go to court again. So Eric's making these trips to West Virginia the last several months, since December for sure. And him and Mark went there to West Virginia, and they thought they were there for one thing, but all of a sudden the bailiff is calling Patrick Rourke, and they're like, why are they calling Patrick Rourke? Well, that story didn't make sense, but obviously Eric and Patrick are in the same courtroom. Now, Patrick didn't show up. They said that, I don't know how he's not getting arrested, because he's got an attorney. The attorney probably told the judge, my client is going to plead the fifth or something. But they admitted that they've been going back and forth. It's about the money. It involves Patrick. And so, yeah, if I was the police, I would put Patrick in a vice and squeeze him until he's done everything, cooperated, so we can arrest Eric and put him behind bars. That's my theory. And so once they're done with Patrick and he cooperates and makes this happen, then they can arrest Eric, because I believe Eric is the one that brought the embarrassment to West Virginia. Eric is the one who brought the embarrassment to the adult protection, and he's spilling the beans, right? he's gonna tell all. You know, we're waiting for that tell all book to come out, right? But he's gonna tattle on everybody. And so you don't think that the Justice Department, the courthouse down there, doesn't want Eric's ass in the sling? I do. I would think that they would want Eric in a sling, his ass in a sling, more than Patrick. And so what do? You get Patrick first, and you make him cooperate, so they make damn sure they got the goods on Eric, you know what I mean? So I don't know, that's just my theory. Maybe I'm way off. Maybe Eric will never get arrested, and he will be vindicated, and he will adopt Timmy, and they will make wonderful videos for the rest of their life. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where I left off here. I'm totally lost where I left off. I don't even know where I am. If I only had... Yeah, you're right, Sid. Every single email ends with, well, it starts out with how wonderful he is, and it ends with, thank you for everything you did. You were a godsend for this family. Dwayne, his wife, grabbed him by the balls and said, no more. I think so, Sid. I really do. I think because you saw Dwayne's wife, right? She stood there with her arms crossed, like this is a bunch of bullshit, Dwayne. What the hell are you doing involved in this? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We had to miss the appointment because I spent the copay money on chips. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He did want to make Timmy famous and put the money in my pocket. Yes. Uh, that would be like buying a birthday present, and when you hand the present, you ask them to pay. Yeah, yeah. You know, he's spending their money on these presents. And then what did Betty get for going to court that day? She got a Dr. Pepper. Uh huh. And he had to tell everybody that he bought it. She got a Dr. Pepper, not like a 2 liter, just a little. I don't know what they come in, a little 12 ounce or whatever. She got a plastic little bottle of Dr. Pepper. Uh, yeah, here's your present. Oh, yeah, and we took your present money out of your paycheck that you're never gonna get. The cleaning crew did come. Yeah, his name was Eric. And you know they did send somebody over, but all they did was turn him in for the copper laying in the grass. uh, Tonight is 1950s halter top. I haven't seen a halter top since the 70s, probably. Do people still wear those? Yeah, they have Medicare and Medicaid. Yeah, they don't have to pay for any medical stuff. Put the calculator away, Eric. It ain't gonna cost them anything. They're sitting there on their porch saying, "Oh, if we only had medical care." A baby's a week old. Oh. Hi, Kathy and the crew. I'm going to put it this way. Either Eric's telling a big lie or CPS will have a huge lawsuit against you. Cannot remove somebody from a house and tell somebody where they're at. Yeah. You mean about Eric doesn't know where the family's at. He doesn't know any more than we do. They're not going to tell him either. He's hanging on them. he's hanging on to those adoption papers. He says they always have them right here. So I guess he carries around those adoption papers. Oh my goodness. You making concrete mushrooms for your garden? Also, sewing a boxy bag. Oh, I like the concrete mushrooms. Yes, she did. She's beautiful, healthy, and 1 week old. Congratulations on the baby. Oh, I haven't seen a little baby for a long time. Oh, actually, I saw one at the store the other day. Thank God he taught the people how to take care of. Yes, he showed the people how to put lotion on Ray's knee. And he keeps reminding everybody. I even showed him how to put the lotion on Ray's knee. But boy, where was Eric when I was working in the doctor's office? I could have used him. Eric, can you show me how to do this EKG on this person? Eric, can you show me how to draw blood on this patient? Thanks. You happen to have a douchebag friend with you? He needs to help by staying out of the way. Yeah, I made one too, sitting over there, effed up. My ends with the zippers. Yeah. Are you talking about sewing? Yeah. You know what I would say? I wish that Whittakers would get this attorney that I forgot what his name is, but he works in the West Virginia area, particularly Beckley. He's actually, I think he's near Beckley, and he's on Facebook. And he is the one that takes on the system. And he's a civil rights attorney, and I think he should help out the Whittakers if he wanted to. I think it's a really good case. Because how can Betty and the family not be allowed to see the three of them, yet not one of them got charged with anything? I mean, I could see if BJ got arrested for all this abuse, and she got all these domestic abuse charges, and Larry and Betty were handcuffed, and they were charged and fingerprinted, and all these charges. Then I could see them not being able to visit the family. But there isn't a single charge against anybody. But yet these two strangers can visit them. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah, and yeah, yeah. Katie said, I said this before, and this is why I will say it again. Timmy's very good with showing emotions. Play happy when he's scared. And I think maybe some things could have been said about Eric. Well, something changed their mind. From the time that they took this family in on Monday, all right, they took the family on Monday, brought him to the hospital, and Eric was there helping them comfort them, as in his words. Tuesday, things were getting a little sketchy. They got stopped for a minute, and then they told everybody how important they were, and then Eric and his friend got let in. By Wednesday, by day 3, a bunch of people were there, and they turned Eric and his friend away. They said no. First of all, they said, you ain't taking no videos of nothing. And Eric's like, I'm not taking videos. And they got turned away on Wednesday. So something happened from Monday to Wednesday that changed their mind about giving Eric custody. Either Eric got played the whole time and they pulled the rug out, or they really were going to give Eric Timmy on Monday after the extraction and let Eric go home with Timmy. But either way, something changed from Monday when they were taken to Wednesday when they told Eric to take a hike and kick rocks and his little friend. Yeah, so something changed the APS mind, which I don't even know what they were thinking to begin with. From what I hear, Timmy's like a sponge. You're very smart, very emotional. I think Eric's worried Timmy knows an awful lot of secrets. That's a good point. Eric might want to be getting Timmy just because Eric knows that Timmy saw a lot. And Timmy might talk. And maybe it makes him nervous that Timmy's there with the authorities and he's not able to, control the narrative. Hope everybody has a safe night. Well, thank you, Katie. Good night to you, too. Don't apologize. Yeah. Anyway, I know I lost a lot of comments here because it only goes up so far. I got to the bottom, but any comments that I missed, you can put them up there. I'll read them now. Yeah. He does need money, and not my monkeys. Not only does, and you're probably, I think you said you left, but not only does Eric probably need money for these live streams, but I think it's bigger than that. I think Eric not only needs the money for the videos, but he also, I think he's leading up to a fundraiser or some type of money collection. And think of it, if he does ever get arrested, he's got to lay some groundwork and get some support, you know what I mean? So if he comes out here and he can convince maybe 10% of the people that he's innocent, because we can look in the comment section. There's people who totally believe everything Eric says. Now, if he could get those people behind him, if he ever does get arrested, guess what? Eric's wife can put up something for maybe you know, a PayPal or a Cash App or something to help out the family. You know what I mean? Eric's already called himself a victim. He's already, you know, what did he call himself? Anyway, he made himself out to be a victim. Justice for Eric, that's what it was. He's already put it out there, justice for Eric. So I could see a fundraiser, justice for Eric fundraiser coming. If he ever does. I wish Kathy could find that video and play it. Which video? I got a lot of videos. Eric's full of shit. I don't believe he ever loved Timmy. He only knew the family 2 months. That's right. If he loved Timmy, he would help the family and make money. Yeah. Okay, I agree, Nazreen. If he really loved Timmy, he would want to make sure that he's never away from his family. That you could do everything you could to fix up the house, make sure that Timmy and the family never get separated, whatever that means. You know what I mean? He could have done all kinds of things over this summer to make sure that Timmy never has to, but that's not what he wanted. If you love somebody, you want them to be happy. And taking Timmy away from his family was never going to make Timmy happy. In fact, it would be miserable. We saw him at the Airbnb, and after just a few days, he was crying to go home. He was being used. I mean, Eric followed him right into the bathroom, knowing he was on the toilet, pounding on the door, asking him what he's doing. You remember when Timmy was in the shower saying, Mama? Yeah, and Eric turned it around saying, no, he's saying, Nana, it's my mom. He thinks my mom is his new Nana. Like, okay. He's clearly saying Mama. The same as he yelled Mama when he was being extracted. You know what I mean? We know what Mama. We know Mama. Yeah, he wasn't calling for Eric's mother, who he's never met. Yeah. I love crafting, and now I'm home all the time. I need stuff to do. I'm just learning concrete. I'll tell you what I want to make out of concrete. I saw them on Facebook Marketplace. Somebody took like 2 big plastic bowls or something, but they made a round concrete ball, like a ball with a flat bottom, and then they put like a red Solo cup full of concrete on top of that, and then they painted it like a bobber, like a fishing bobber. So these concrete bobbers, they put there for decoration. Put them around your lake home, you know what I mean? And anyway, I thought, man, those would sound good at the flea market, you know what I mean? Cost you maybe $5 to make it. Could, sell them for like $50 or $40. Yeah, it's heavy though. They're heavy to lug around. I thought that's a good idea. Uh-oh. Okay. I thought that orange cat was out there. I'm trying to keep him away from my house. I've seen someone give hundreds of dollars in one night, and Dwayne never thanked him for it. And you know what's weird? I noticed that right from the beginning, and people were in the chat. Now I don't know. I don't know if Eric. Excuse me. I don't know. There's little kittens outside my house. I don't know if Eric told Dwayne not to call the big ones, but Dwayne was like, it seemed like he was purposely ignoring the large donations. So he'd say, whoa, hey, Sally, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Oh, there's, there's Karen. And thank you, Karen, for the $5 super chat. We appreciate that. And in the meantime, there's like $100 super chats, $300 super chats going ignored. I probably you all saw it. I saw it. People in the chat were saying, Dwayne, capital letters, all capital letters. Dwayne, you missed $100 super chat. Dwayne, you missed a $300 super chat. Yet he's reading out these $1 and $2 super chat, ignoring the hundreds, and thinking, why is he doing that? Is he because it seems like he's trying to maybe make it seem like they're getting little tiny bits. So I don't even know why. Why would he do that? But he was, and it seemed very intentional that Dwayne was only. And I gotta say, I think Dwayne was in on a lot of stuff on the inside because you remember when, and I showed you on that video, when Eric called off the deal and he was showing that map of the flood zone and he was given the middle finger. I showed how Dwayne looked up, saw him giving the middle finger, and he smirked. And he put his hand over his mouth. He almost burst out laughing. But that just showed me 100% Dwayne is just as dirty as the rest of them, in my opinion. And so when he was, not only that, but all them little things like that where Dwayne wasn't calling out the big things. Dwayne was purposely ignoring questions like elephant in the room questions, very big important questions. So very much I think Dwayne was part of it. But as soon as that announcement was made on Monday, September 15th, that, oh my God, I thought that was a moth. I thought a moth touched me. It was the string from my shorts. I have a moth in here somewhere. Now I lost track of him, so I'm in the back of my mind. I'm thinking about this moth, and I thought he just landed on me. Yeah, yeah, you do too. YouTube University. So, from that time forward, Dwayne, I think he recoiled away from Eric because he don't want to get arrested too. Old Dwayne, and who knows? Police might have gave Dwayne a little ringy ding ding ding. You know what I mean? They might have called up Dwayne and talked to him. But yeah, it looked like Eric and remember, Eric has told you nobody helped him. Nobody cared about him. None of his friends, so-called friends, came around. Only Jeff. Well, he said he forgot about Jeff. Only Mark was the only one that came around. So right there it tells you that Dwayne, yeah, he split. He didn't want to get arrested. Yeah. Yeah, and I just feel really bad for this. I feel bad for all the Whittakers, but just think about Timmy, because Timmy's probably got this. Timmy's probably out of the three, Timmy's probably the one that's the most functioning. Although I think Ray and Lorraine probably understand what happened too. But Timmy was the one that went to the Airbnbs. Timmy was the one that was trying to get convinced that BJ was hurting him. Patrick was over there with Timmy also, telling Timmy that BJ's a bitch. Kenny is an asshole. Jason is an asshole. Remember that? Patrick was turning Timmy away against his family too. Patrick was saying, BJ's a bitch. Say it. BJ's a bitch. Yeah, BJ a bitch. Okay, Kenny's an asshole. These are people, this is his family. This is Timmy's family. Timmy has grown up from birth with BJ. Now, I think BJ and Larry lived in a different place and came back, but nonetheless, BJ is like a sister, cousin, or whatever, but they lived in the same house. You know, all these people, even Jason lived either, down the road or whatever. Kenny is very close to the family. And you had Patrick turning Timmy away from his own family, turning him against it. You know what I mean? Another reason why I think he was on it. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm wondering how Timmy is looking back, thinking about this. I think Lorraine is probably, and I think all three of them. I don't think they're dumb. I think Ray, Lorraine, and Timmy all knew what was going on with Eric at the end. I think they sat on their porch and they warned each other about Eric, and they knew he was full of shit, and they started catching on. Even Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine at the very end when Eric came back on the Friday the 5th September and yelled at everybody and accused BJ of being there and all this other stuff. You could see Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine. Ray was in the house, but Lorraine was there. Timmy was there. And they talk amongst themselves. Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine, and Betty, and Larry. Those five sit on that porch, and they can understand each other just like you can understand what I'm saying right now. Clear as day. Just because we can't understand what they're saying, they know word for word. They heard them talk about it. They're probably saying Eric's no good. We got to keep him away. We're not going to get no house. We're not getting any money. This has all been bullshit. Good night, Betty. So, I mean, it's not giving them any credit to think that they don't know anything that's going on. No, they saw it coming every day right at the end. They saw one thing happen. So imagine they're in this, wherever they are. I don't know if they're in a nursing home. I don't know where they are. But they're somewhere, and they're probably thinking about what Eric did. And Lorraine's probably thinking about the potato chips, how this man gave them potato chips, and she took who knows, maybe they're feeling guilty. Maybe Lorraine feels guilty for taking the potato chips. Maybe, I'm sure Betty feels really guilty about letting Timmy leave the porch. And I'm sure maybe Timmy might feel guilty for, saying bad things against his family. We have no idea how deep their psychological trauma is. Hi, Jenny. Welcome, Jenny. I hope you're doing well. So we have no idea how damaged they are from all this. And then to Eric to sit up here and take accolades, like just pats on the back for doing such a good job. And then sitting here acting like he's appalled that this family was broken up. It's like, okay, you poured gas on the house, lit it with the match, and now you're appalled at how it's burning. I mean, like, unbelievable. Disgusting. Disgusting. But we did get through 1 hour of that video. It only took us 3.5 hours to get through an hour of it. It's just because he can't say 3 words without just twisting everything. And he's, I don't know who he's fooling anymore. He's got a few people. But I don't think he's got enough people that are really gonna, that he's gonna be able to, that's gonna be able to support his, that he can make a living off of. I think he's probably going to have less people than ever that's going to donate to him ever again. And I don't think he had the best reputation before the Whittakers, because there was different fundraisers and different things that people were already questioning Eric, on Dad Talk. You know, these multiple different times when Eric maybe asked for money and didn't use it for what they thought they were using it for. So there's been other things on Dad Talk. So I don't know. I don't know how he's ever going to expect to make a living on Dad Talk or YouTube anymore because in my opinion, his credibility is shot. I think anytime he ever asks for money again, people are going to want receipts, real receipts, not some crunched up papers with plain numbers on it. Timmy's was worried for BJ being in the camper when Eric pulled up. He wasn't afraid of BJ. He was, absolutely, Jenny. He was scared of Eric. I think he was kind of concerned about BJ, like Eric was going to go hurt him or something. Still, yes, it is a late night. You know, it's 20 after 1:20 in the morning. And so it's 2:20 on the East Coast. It's still 11:20 on the West Coast. Yeah, night owl. Night owl. No, you don't have to say hi. Just a shout out to Jenny. It is the late night crew. Yeah. But yeah, Timmy, when Eric came up on that porch and he's telling his buddy to film this because this is going to be something. And my question is, exactly. Okay, I got two questions actually. How do we know that BJ was actually in the camper? Because he never showed that. How come Eric didn't go over and hold the camera up and get a hold of BJ like Mark did? And second of all, I thought BJ was allowed to be in her camper because that land really isn't even theirs. I mean, to be technical about it, but her dwelling is separate from the family's dwelling. So I heard somebody saying that she was allowed to be in the camper. She just couldn't be in the house. So nonetheless, the whole family, you could see it on their faces. They don't have to say anything. We saw the whole family be afraid when Eric was up there. Yeah, Timmy seemed to trust Patrick, but he seemed leery of Eric. Yes, that is true. Timmy was a lot more comfortable around Patrick. And Timmy seemed a lot more, it seemed like Timmy wanted to, yeah, he wasn't comfortable as he was with Patrick, and it seemed like he wanted to perform the way Eric told him. You know what I mean? He was like more worried about doing what Eric wanted, not because it pleases him, almost like he didn't want to get in trouble. Right? Yeah. Yeah. It's so weird because in all the videos we saw over 5 years with Soft White Underbelly, all we saw on the Whittakers were gigantic smiles. And you know what? Even on their worst video, the worst day, when they pretended Larry died, and Mark Laeda went over to the Whittakers and confronted them. It wasn't the way Eric did. Mark Laeda just got accused by the whole world of stealing $100,000 from the Whittakers, and yet Mark was over there, civil as can be, never raised his voice, never got angry. He very calmly asked him about the money. He even laughed a little bit. And after that, they smoothed things over and it was fine. But even during that confrontation, nobody was really scared of Mark, but they were scared of Eric. You can't watch that video on September 5th when that happened, and Eric's on the porch yelling at these people who never invited him. Nobody asked Eric to come and run their. Hey, Eric, can you come into our life and tell us all what to do and call the police on each other? Can you come over here and try to fix us? You know, Eric was trying to fix a problem that didn't exist. You know? Yeah, you're so right. He was concerned for his family. He heard Eric talk about a lot that Eric thought Timmy didn't pick up. Yeah, and you know, that's a good point, because Eric, you know, he would make videos and put Timmy in the corner with the bologna sandwich, right? Thinking Timmy's dumb and he's not listening. He's like a 5-year-old watching cartoons and doesn't understand. No, Timmy is 46 years old last year. He's a man pushing 50 years old who's lived with his family since birth. And he's listened to his family talk about these two, Patrick and Eric. Every day. I'm sure that was the big talk every day on the porch. And they started figuring out things. You know, Eric was dangling the carrot, the new home, money, new home, money, potato chips. And I think they started figuring out amongst themselves that, yeah, there's something's not right here. This is not another Mark Laita. I mean, he's not going to keep his word. And I'm sure it probably took them a while to figure it out. But yeah, you could tell how uncomfortable they were at the end. And Timmy holding up that newspaper was gold. I mean, that was really something. It told it all. Because if you go to a body language expert, you say, look at Timmy. When this man is up on the porch yelling at his family, Timmy puts up that newspaper. What's that newspaper? The newspaper was a barrier. The newspaper was a barrier he was trying to put up. He was trying to block himself from Eric. Plain as day. You don't need to be a body language expert to see that Timmy was trying to put up a barrier between them. You know what I mean? He knows. And who knows? They probably thought Eric might get violent. They didn't know. They don't even know this guy. He's yelling at them all on their own porch. The porch they've sat on every day of their life. You know what I mean? And now we got this guy who said he was going to be nice to us. Now he's yelling at us. He's got the police over here and all kinds of stuff. Nothing is right. And it would be really confusing for all of us. But these guys have some mental challenges. And so imagine how confusing it was for them. It'd be more confusing than us. You know what I mean? Yeah. But yeah, Timmy, imagine what Timmy overheard. Imagine the conversations Timmy overheard with Eric and Patrick, with Eric and his mom, the APS expert, with Eric and his wife, with Eric and Dwayne, with Eric and Mark. Imagine what Timmy heard. You know, they think he's like a dog in the back seat, just looking out the window at, you know, not listening. But no, Timmy's not dumb. Mark did make a genuine connection with the family, something Eric was never interested in doing. That's right. Yeah, heated floors. And you know what? The heated floors. Give me a break. You know, he actually walked that back. He took back the heated floors. Do you know that? After all summer telling about these heated floors in this Amish house, after the house was called off, somebody said something about the heated floors. He said, yeah, actually, there weren't going to be heated floors. So he even took the heated floor back. The imaginary heated floors, he took them back. Yeah. Yeah, Timmy understood it. He didn't want to go with Eric by himself when he was, I think he was waiting for Patrick to walk to the door. Yeah, I think so too. And you know what? One time, one time Eric had Timmy, and he had Timmy at the Airbnb for like 5 days. And then Eric was going to go gallivanting off with his little friends, right? Because after all, these are all, free trips for his buddies. So yeah, Eric was going to go away with his buddies, right? And so they dropped off they dropped off Timmy at Patrick's house. And in that video where Patrick is like ripping on Betty, trying to convince Betty that Timmy's too scared to go home. And Betty's like, what? And he's like, yeah, Timmy's too scared of BJ. Timmy doesn't want to go home. He told us he doesn't want to go home. He's scared of BJ. And Betty's like, what? And then Betty says, well, his mom wants him home, so he has to go home. And they go, where's his medication? And what did Patrick say? I don't know. He said, Eric has his medication. And Betty said, well, he needs it. And Patrick's like, well, I don't know. Eric's got his medication. So, yeah, Eric had Timmy's heart medication and forgot to drop it off. And in the meantime, Eric left town with his buddies and forgot to give Timmy's medication to Patrick. Yeah, good babysitter. Yeah. So yeah, he drops off Timmy over at Patrick's without his heart medication. Yeah. Yeah. It was T's shield, his personal protection from the false Superman. Yeah, I think at the end he started to get I thought it looked like he was getting afraid of Eric. I remember he was out on the deck and Timmy smelt his coffee cup and he goes, ooh. He goes, what? No, that's just coffee. And Timmy's like, that ain't coffee. Yeah, I believe he was scared with good reason. Drunk, important guy coming and taking him to a house that he didn't know. Strangers. Yeah, starting the night. Treating him like a puppet. Yeah, can you imagine the confusion that Timmy must have been going through? Maybe at home they're saying, we'll do it because we're going to get a new house. We're going to get a bunch of money. So they're trying to do what Eric's telling them to do because they're going to get a bunch of stuff. And then I think if there was no house hanging over their head, this new house, Amish log cabin, and I don't think I think if Eric wouldn't have promised that, I think there would have been no leverage, and they probably would tell him to take a hike. No, we don't want to do this. No. But hey, if you're going to have this beautiful, it's like saying, wow, you're going to get this mansion, the best house you could ever imagine. A dream come true, but you just got to do what we tell you. And let's be honest, the whole reason Patrick got charged is because these people were vulnerable adults, all 5 of them. Okay, and the reason why the law is so stiff on this, especially vulnerable adults, is because they're easy to coerce and they're easy to trick. It's like these people who call up old people and try to get their bank account numbers and stuff. They're vulnerable. And I promise you, if Eric would have tried that with any of us, it wouldn't have happened. If Eric would have tried this with anybody who wasn't vulnerable, it wouldn't have happened. He couldn't do it. Eric can't do this to somebody that's sharp, that's got their wits together. Okay? And that's, I believe, why they pushed it so far. It's because they could get away with it. They could give the Whittakers little crumbs. And the Whittakers were kind of happy with the crumbs, you know what I mean? They thought, oh man, this is going to be easy. Yeah. Timmy understood everything Eric was up to. Eric forgot his family couldn't understand. Yeah. And that's another thing. Eric kept saying, these people can't speak. They can speak fine to each other. And not once did they ever say, Eric, we hoped that you could teach us how to communicate with the world. No, they don't care about that. They don't want to communicate with the world. They don't need to. Why should they? They understand themselves. So every time Timmy went home, they understood every single thing he said. And I think they got that mixed up. They thought he was going to go home like a deaf mute and that nobody could understand. That's not what happened. Timmy went home and spilled the beans. And that's why they started getting, and that's why they said other people were telling him, hey, Eric's trying to get your family broken up. Eric's trying to get your family taken away. And like, yeah, he is, isn't he? Timmy said that's bad. Yeah, he did. He literally said, bad. He was drinking pure whiskey in a coffee cup or mixed. Yeah. Timmy smelled it. He pulled his face back. Bah. Now, you know, according to Patrick, they have coffee on their porch every morning. They have coffee on their porch. Now, if that was coffee, Eric said, no, that's coffee, Timmy. Eric said, that ain't coffee. Because Timmy knows coffee. They have coffee every morning on their porch. That is not coffee. I meant staying the night with him in a room, not appropriate. No, probably very scary for Timmy. I think that's why he called the cops. He wanted to go home. Like I said, how weird is the police showing up at the Airbnb, pounding on the door, flashing flashlights through the windows. Now, they must have been pretty concerned to have more than one cop show up at the Airbnb. More than one. And they were shining lights in the windows, pounding on the door. And when Eric went to the door, the cop said, hey, we're getting 911 calls out of this house. Is there anybody else here with you? What did Eric say? No, there's not. They're like, you sure? Because somebody's calling 911 out of here. And Eric said, oh, yeah, actually, there is somebody here. Like, so why did you say no at first? That bothered me. Now, listen, if I had Timmy here, right? And then cops are pounding on the door at midnight. And they open the door. I open the door, and the cops say, hey, we're getting 911 calls out of here. Is there somebody with you, Kathy? And I'd say, yeah, Timmy's here. Maybe he's calling it. Not once would I think to say, no, nobody else is here with me. But he did. Eric said, no, nobody's with me. And they said, are you sure? Because we're getting the calls on this address. He's like, oh, well, yeah, actually, there is somebody here. Like, that is weird to deny somebody was there. And then when pushed, he admits, yeah, Timmy's here. I think Eric told Timmy that was a bad cup, and that's why he said that. Oh, yeah, no, Timmy, don't touch that. That's a bad cup. Well, and you know what's interesting? None of the Whittakers drink. Now, I did see one time Ray was drinking a bottle of beer. That's the only time I ever saw a Whittaker with alcohol. It was Ray, actually, with a bottle of beer. They were, like, working in the yard or something. And this was Patrick. I think it was one of Patrick's Facebook videos. Otherwise, I've never seen a Whittaker with any alcohol. So alcohol is probably foreign to Timmy. And if you notice, they don't swear over at the Whittakers either. And that's why when Eric was swearing up a storm and cussing, Timmy was, don't swear, you know what I mean? The police should investigate it better than I know. But you know Eric, he probably spun a tail, you know what I mean? I think Timmy was in the bathroom crying too, 911. Remember, he was saying, Mama and Betty, yes. And then Eric was saying, no, he wants my mom. Like, what the hell? You ain't calling your mom Mama and Betty. I'd like to see if you can records request that body cam. Yeah, that would be. That's a good idea. Or tell me how. Yeah. I've never requested a body cam video, but it happens all the time. People get those all the time. Yeah, people request those records all the time. Those body cam. I would do it. I'd pay for it. And because I don't think it's even that much. These records aren't very much either. Just if you get a lot of them, it adds up. But I don't think it would cost that much to get that body cam. And I think I don't know. I think you probably have to call down there. I don't know. I have to look into that. But that's a good point though. Mm-hmm. Good idea. Get that body cam footage. But they're so weird down there right now about this whole Whittaker thing. You know what I mean? You heard what they said to me. It's pretty much like, none of your business, bitch. What do you want? Timmy would shake his finger at Eric yes, he didn't like that. And you know what else Timmy didn't like? When they used the Lord's name in vain. When he said, Jesus Christ, or God damn, whatever. Timmy'd be like, whoa, you know what I mean? You remember that, right? When Eric was saying Jesus and God and cussing, that's another thing they don't do in their house. They did not use the Lord's name in vain. You can request it in a FOIA. You just have to tell them everything you want. Well, online it doesn't have that. I think maybe in person you got to call on the phone, because the records that I've been looking at, it doesn't have the body cam footage option on there. So you'd probably have to call down there. Yes, very good idea. I bet there is one Bing. It was 911 call, even the 911 call itself. Yes. Yeah, that too. And there was supposedly like, what they say, 50 calls or 40 or 30 or I don't know. There was a lot of calls. Do I know the exact date? Yeah, you would need that, huh? Oh, let me see if I can look that up. It would have been in August for sure. I wonder if I got that on file. Let me look real quick. Yeah, let me see if I have that. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to dig for it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. You might need the exact date, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look that up. And while that's pulling up, let me go back. I will pull that up. I'm gonna see if I have that on my file. Good to know. Thanks. Check your calendar. It's not on my calendar. I know that because he told us after the fact. And hey, Susan says so much. Is that what it says? Susan says so much. Is that Susan said so? Or is that a fake Susan said so? I don't know. Anyway. Anyway, so hello to Susan says so much. Oh, I put that in a video today. I think Susan said so took her channel down. Because it's gone. I wonder if he said they showed up at X time. Yeah, I know it was late. He kept hanging up, calling back. Plus, it was a flip phone, so Timmy knew how to use it, even though there wasn't any service. Yeah, you don't. Yep, 911 call. Oh, it is you. It's Susan. It's the real Susan says so. But is this a new channel that's called something Susan says so much? Is your other channel down? Because I can't find it. Yeah, I looked. I couldn't find your other channel. It was there the other day with Patrick, but now I can't find it. So anyway. Oh, it's a new channel. Okay. It's called Susan Says So Much. Okay. Got it. Alright. Let me see if I get... I'm going to just look, see if I got that 911 call. 911. Let's see. Come up. 911. I'm going to get you, boy. Oh, man. Alright. Cops come to Eric's Airbnb because Timmy called 911. Oh, yeah. I got 3 videos on it. Yeah, let's look at the videos I got. I got 3 clips. Oh, I got 3 different clips. Oh, here's one. It says Timmy's calling 911 and taking Eric's wallet. Remember that? He was taking Eric's wallet? Well, that is the thing that he valued the most, so that was, yeah, that seems believable. Let's see what we got here. Maybe it's got a date on it, huh? Yeah, I do. So I got three clips about the 911 call. Let's see what the first one says here. Let's see if we can get a date out of it, huh? Alright. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on a second, you guys. Yeah, I do have something. Let's see. Cops come to Eric's Airbnb because Timmy called 911 the police. Okay, let's see what it says. Oh. Okay. This is this is his post that he put on. I'll show you guys when I pull it up. Hold on a second. I'll mute this. Mm-mm. 4.5 hours and tumbler number 1 is empty. Time for a refill. It lasted a while though. Alright, what do we got here? I'll pull it up when I got it loaded here. My computer's overwhelmed right now. Maybe going into shock. Hold on a second. Alright. Oh, here it is. August 28th, I think. Hold on a second. I'll show you guys. Let me clear it up a little bit. Okay. There you go. Alright, here it is. Let's get the, I got too many things loading up, so it's kind of freaking out on me. August 28th, 2025. Fix these tabs. There you go. And for anybody in the drama community, Ernie Shell is out of jail. Oh my gosh. Alright. There we go. Let me try to get a higher, I almost said higher frequency. Let me get a higher definition here. Alright. It says, so I just got, hold on a second. Oh boy. Actually, I need to plug this in so I can see it. Can you see it? August 28th, 2025. So I just got the scare of my life, and I'll share it with you guys. Sitting here on the couch, working, trying to get stuff done. Next thing I know, I look in the window, and there's a flashlight going on and off on my head. I look up, and there's a cop staring at me through the window, telling me to come to the door. I'm freaking out. Why in the world is the cops here? I get to the door, and he asked me if there was someone here in this house with the phone number of blank, blank, blank. I said, no, sir, it's just me. Look at this. Let me move this here. Sorry. Yep. No, sir, it's just me. Why did he say that? Think the cops are just going to go away then? I get to the door and he asked me if there was someone here in this house with the phone number blank, 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 blank. I said, no, sir, just me. And he said, well, we had several calls to our emergency department tonight, and it's coming from this location, and we need to investigate what's going on. Now I'm really freaking out. And about that time, aha, I bought Timmy that phone tonight. Mm-hmm. Let me see if there's more. I think there is. And it dawned on him he bought Timmy the phone tonight. Timmy had been calling the cops. The cop actually knew Timmy once he came out of his bedroom. Now, why did he say nobody's here? That is weird. If anybody, you guys, if you had Timmy in your house and the cops came and pounded on the door, it says, anybody here with you? How many people would say, no, sir, just me? That was so weird. Timmy had been calling the cops. The cop actually knew Timmy once he came out of his bedroom. I explained the situation. We had a laugh about it. It was over. But what a way to end the night. I explained to Timmy, I'm going to turn the phone off tonight. And tomorrow I'm going to teach you a little bit more about how to use it. I think he knows how to use it. This is exactly why I had not activated it or put minutes on it yet. It still allowed him to call 911. Who doesn't know that phones call 911 whether they're hooked up or not? Everybody knows that. Man, I swear, love the little guy to death, but he keeps me on my toes, guys. Not to mention, I had to call Amazon today and cancel a subscription to HBO Max and the purchase of Paw Patrol one season for $36. Now, what the hell? How did Timmy order something off of Amazon? How is that flip phone he just got from the store today hooked up with an Amazon account that listen, I know Amazon. We've all ordered, right, on some kind of site. I've ordered from Amazon, and when you order, first of all, you have to have the app on your phone. And if you don't, you can look up Amazon, but you'd have to type in Amazon. You'd have to pull up Amazon, and then there has to be an account. I can't order something on a flip phone that doesn't have my account on it. There has to be an account. And how could Timmy's flip phone have Amazon account on that's got a, and not only that, but when I order off of Amazon, I have to pick which payment method. Do I want to use a Visa card? Do you want to use your MasterCard? What card do you want to use? I have to pick that. And there's a process, you know what I mean? So now Timmy's ordering HBO Max and Paw Patrol off of Amazon on a flip phone he just got today. What kind of flip phone is that? That comes with Eric's Amazon account attached to it. You know, that makes no sense. Even if he grabbed Eric's phone. Anyway, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. All right, see what else we got here. A second. I'm still worrying about that moth went. There's a rogue moth in my house somewhere. A little one, a cute little white one, but it's still in here somewhere. And the other day there was a June bug, and I don't know how. Well, I know how it got in the house. I had the window open so the little kittens could come in and eat. And I was trying to lure them into the house with the window, the screen off, and let me pull this one up. Anyway, a June bug got in my house. So I only saw one June bug this year. Thank God. But the cat, all of a sudden the cat jumps up on my desk. I'm thinking, what the hell is it doing? And then it jumps and it's trying to get a June bug. The June bug's flying, kind of like a moth flies, except it like bounces into stuff and ricochets off. And oh, he got a hold of that. The cat got a hold of the June bug, and I just good barf. All right. Here's talk to me. Oh, Timmy. Timmy called 911 on BJ. No house. All right. I'm just gonna. This is having trouble. I'm having trouble pulling this one up. Oh, here it is. And here's one that's just labeled. So let's listen to it. No, I'll probably get off of here. What am I at? 5 hours? I'll get off of here pretty soon. I gotta get up and stretch my legs. I've been here, sitting in here. Let's see what this one says. We'll go over these and I'll sign off. What we got here? Here we go.
The way everything left, I didn't have minutes, and I was figuring on time and saying, this is the crazy thing is, I admittedly told Jamie that BJ's gonna look all before we got here, I didn't think it was gonna happen. I don't know if she'll leave that camper, but I'm just, look, dude, you gotta draw a line and stand somewhere. If you guys are on the other side of this and you're okay with somebody being abused, I really care less about you. If you're on the other side, that's what you're okay with, because that's what was happening.
Yeah, so he can't build the house because BJ will just abuse him in it. Does that make any sense? Yeah, but so he planned on teaching Timmy more about the phone, but he didn't have the time. And now that, by the way, that was on a Friday, and guess what? Monday's when they got taken, with the help of Eric and his little douchebag friend. Okay, we'll do one more. Let's see what this one is. Something about the 911 call. It's taking a long time to load because I got too many windows open. Too many tabs or whatever they're called. All right. I'll wrap it up about 2 a.m. here. Let's see here. Oh, man. Unbelievable. Yeah, does Amazon sell HBO Max? I don't know. I don't even have a TV, so I don't know. I don't know how that stuff works. Well, I check. There's that moth. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, that thing bounced off my arm. I can get that thing out of my house. I checked, they do, but you would need to search for. Yeah. Hate to say, but other than Eric trying to take Timmy all what he did, I truly believe Eric was up to some dirty, sinister stuff. Yeah, and you know what one thing is really kind of weird and creepy and sinister is that why did Eric want Timmy alone with all these strange men that we still don't even know who Robert masked. We never found out who that other man was that was there with Jimmy. Robert Mask's friend wanted to come and meet Timmy. Like, what the hell is going on? Meet Timmy. All these strange men flying in to meet this mentally challenged boy. Man. He's got me calling him a boy. And listen, if I'm 47 years old, I'd be kind of offended to be called a little girl and dressed in little baby girl pajamas. Dance, Kathy, dance. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell? I mean, and I don't, I don't think Timmy was really that mentally challenged. I don't know. I think it was Eric that didn't give him enough credit.
So I told him once I got my friends, we were going to meet the rest of the week would be setting up. Right. Yeah, they do. Yesterday, you were going to be taking Robert and Mark and going out. Out to sit at home and see if you could convince them to say we didn't know how to meet with them to go, so let Tim stay with that. Well, we had.
And that's when he forgot to bring his heart medication over. So Timmy had no heart medication.
Early in the morning, 2 to 3 hours of sleep.
He's been averaging 2 to 3 hours sleep every night. Yeah. For what? Why?
Because I can't answer emails from end of night, and you get really mad once it gets dark. It's like it gives me attention. Yeah. Or like nonstop. Now, I yeah, it's his way of get off. Yeah. Or he's having my fault. And there's a kid crazy attention.
No, it's a kid that wants to, it's a grown ass man that wants to go home to his family and you're not bringing him home. Yeah. So, yeah, he's calling 911 on Eric, grabbing his wallet. The only thing that matters to Eric. Grabbing Eric's prized possession. Anyway, I'm going to get back in the chat and I'll wrap this up. I don't know when Eric's coming back. He said he's going to be back this week sometime. And what day is it? Going on Thursday? Yeah, no. I personally think that Eric doesn't know how to go about asking for money. So yeah, so anyway, what did I say that date was? August, what was it? August 24th? Yeah, so if you're gonna try to get the 911 call, August 28th he made this post. So it was either the 27th or the 28th. He said it was late at night. So it was either August 27th or 28th was the 911 call that brought the police in the house. Yeah, can you imagine Eric coming to his phone and saying, "No, sir, it's just me here." They're like, "No, you're full of shit because we're getting calls out of here." "Oh, yeah, I just forgot. I have somebody here." Weird. Why say he's not there? Weird. He kept hanging up. I forgot where I was at here. He got busted for being anti. Eric told us on one of his lives about the 911 call. He said they came at night before. They came the night before or that night. Yeah, so it was either the 27th or the 28th. If somebody wants to try to get that body cam. The 911 call would be interesting to listen to because it's Timmy. He's probably saying, "Help, help." Eric tried to spin that into Timmy wanted his attention. Yeah, because, whenever my children were 2 years old and they wanted my attention, they always ran over to the phone and called 911 on me. Yeah, I don't think that's how 2-year-olds try to get your attention with 911 calls. I woke to pee and you see, yes, I am. I haven't even gotten up from this spot yet. But yeah, I got to eat dinner. I think I cooked it about 6 hours ago. Yes, it's still here. But my tumbler number 1 with the straw is empty. And I haven't made a trip to my sink to get more water, so I might have to get out here. Same here. Woke up. Did you And here I could go all night. But I've been trying to get up earlier because I got to work outside all day, and if I get out in the morning, I can beat the heat. But by noon, dang, it's been 80 degrees, you guys. It's just like feels like 100 to me. Yes, monkeys. We're talking about record requests in the body cam footage of Timmy called 911 and showed it. Yeah, that would be interesting. So it's either the 27th or the 28th if anybody wants to do it. I called down there a few times and I don't know if they know my voice or they just don't like me. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, we'll have to rewatch them. Yeah, it's a long one. What are we at? Almost 4:49. Yeah. Yeah. Um. I totally lost my spot now. But yeah, he slept in a lot. Yeah, that is true. I don't know how many different times he said that he slept in, and Timmy kept wanting him to get up, get up, get up. And then when Eric's friends came, Robert Mass and the other people, he said, "Man, I got up really late, and I told my friends, why didn't you wake me up?" And they go, "Well, seemed like you needed to sleep." So yeah, it's not just Timmy that can't get him out. His own friends couldn't get him up. That was when they were going to go out of state to the Amish. Say it out loud, exactly. No way. I think Eric knew the cops were going to show up, and he went out and sat on the couch to figure it out. Yeah. Told Timmy not to come out of the bedroom. We should get 911 calls because we hear Eric talking. Then that means he was in the same room with Timmy, right? Yeah. I think Timmy was probably in the bedroom or the bathroom calling 911. And Eric was like, oblivious because he's doing his own. Who knows what he's doing? Right. Yeah. Yeah, so if anybody can get a hold of those 911 calls, or even better yet, the body cam footage of when he showed up on those dates, August, whatever I said, 28th, whatever. Actually, let me see that date once. Let me see that date. I'm going to see on the calendar what that lines up. August 27th, 28th. Ooh, you know what? Hold on. August 27th, August 28th. Let's see what happened that day. Aha! Interesting. August 27th was the day that they got the temporary restraining order. That was that Wednesday. Interesting. The 27th was, yeah, they had Timmy. Oh, yeah. And on the 28th, Eric and Patrick did a live stream. Eric is in full control of all the accounts. On the 28th, Patrick was saying he's got a cute video of Timmy to put up. And Eric said, well, put it up. And Patrick said, I can't. Eric said, why not? And Patrick said, because you're in control of everything. I can only put up shorts on my channel. And Eric said, oh, yeah, that's right. I'll put it up. So on the 28th, Eric's in full control of everything. Oh, and also on the 28th, BJ had that hearing for her court date for the copper. And it was moved to I think to the magistrate court. I mean to the circuit court. So yeah, so the 27th was the day of the restraining order. That's the evening that interesting. Yeah, that's the night he called 911. The same day that they went for the restraining order. Interesting. Yep. And that same night is when Timmy's calling 911 because he wanted to go home. Huh. Yeah. Plus, Eric said Timmy was in the bathroom and he told the cops he was in the bedroom. Huh. He gave Timmy that phone and also keep Timmy out of his hair, but wanted us to believe he did. Yeah. Yeah, he gave it. Yeah, I think so too. You know how little kids, they'll be on their phone and, you know, they, like anybody else, they can be on the phone for hours and, yeah, keep Timmy out of his hair. Here, play with this. Yeah, but he's telling us, oh, I had to give him that phone because, you know, in case BJ comes, he can call 911. Okay, so like I said at the beginning of this live stream, are you telling me that for 46 years, BJ and Timmy lived in the same house, in the same property at least, for most of their life? Basically as brother and sister or as cousins or whatever. And all of a sudden, when Eric shows up, Timmy is, for the first time, he's scared of BJ. And then weeks later, when Eric leaves, you know, nobody's scared of anybody anymore. Now, how does that work? In fact, not even that. He's saying that Timmy was scared of BJ. Yet when Eric came over on Friday the 5th of September and yelled at everybody in the house and called the police on BJ, Timmy was more concerned and worried about BJ's safety than anything Eric had to say, you know what I mean? So yeah, isn't that interesting? Everybody's scared of BJ for the first time when Eric shows up. Then after Eric leaves, nobody's scared of BJ anymore. Interesting. Yeah, so the 28th, it was either the evening of the 27th. Let me see, it was on the 27th. Or the 28th. It was either the 27th or the 28th. Oh, do you have to? Oh, maybe, because we don't have the phone number and we don't have the address. Yeah. Well, here, I tell you, I have the address. I do have, well, if they were in, here, let me see what Airbnb there. I do have the address, actually. Let me see. Yeah, I think I do have the address. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, I do have the address because they were in a place called let me find that. They were in a condo that is actually a ski resort, and in the summertime it's closed, and they turn it into Airbnbs for the summer. Well, it's Airbnbs all year round, but in the winter it's a ski resort and it's more expensive. And in the summer they just rent out the rooms. So it was called, I think it was called Winterland. Now let me see. Winterland Airbnb, Gent, West Virginia. Or not Winter Place. Just steps from Winter Place. Hotspot. No name Canyon. It's called Winter Place. Yeah, I could find it. I have the address actually. In fact, I even have the room number that Patrick was in. And it was right next door to the room number that Eric was in. So yeah, if it was the same Airbnb, let me find. I could find it. What's it called? Winter Place. I could find it. Yeah. It had winter in the name, I think. Hold on a second. Airbnb in Gent, West. Wait, hold on a second. Airbnb, West Virginia, Gent. Airbnb, Gent, West Virginia, condos. Yeah, here it is, called Winter Place. Fully furnished condo. I could show you. This is the condos that they stayed in. Yeah. Yeah, it's in Gent, Jhent, and that's actually right up the road. It's not even 5 miles from the Whittakers. Not even 5 miles from Odd, West Virginia. It's actually where Patrick's mom and Patrick lived. Like Patrick's address used to come up in Gent. I think it was his mom's house. But right there is this condo, and it's in Gent, which is just 5 minutes from the Whittakers. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's. I have the room number that Patrick was in. You can see it in that video. Yeah, I'll tell you. It is. Let me find the address. Winter Place Ski Resort, in and out, condo, first floor, E104. It's very close. Yeah, and if you look at the pictures, this is the condo they were staying in. Let me find the address if I can. Yeah, it's got pictures of the same condo they were staying in. That's it. And you can find, and Patrick's is in here too, that condo. I'd have to look for you. Oh, yeah. This is it. Here, I'll show you guys. I'll show you. That's it. Hold on a second. These are the rooms. I'll show you real quick. Here's the bedroom. I'm gonna reach you, boy. I'm gonna reach you, boy. I'll show you real quick. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen the exact room that they were in. Yeah, it's got 5 beds in it and a bunk bed. But yeah, this is it. I don't know why the address ain't coming up. Here it is. Winter Place. Yeah, here's the balcony. If you can see the balcony that they were on. Hey, kill him. Hold on a second. They got good reviews. Here they are. I'll show you the room that they were in. It even has the same bedspread. Hold on a second. Here's the bunk beds. I'm gonna get you, boy. All right, where is it? Yeah, I'll find it. Yeah. Anyway. Yep. Anyway, let me see if I can find that. It's 601 Winter Place Drive, Gent, West Virginia, 25845. So 601 Winter Place Drive, Gent, West Virginia, 25843. It's got the phone number here too. Don't probably need that. But that's the address for their that the 911 call probably would have came out of. Yeah. Did you say it out loud? Did you get it? Yeah. So it's either 27th or the 28th. At the Winter Place condos in 601 Winter Place. Now, were they? If they were, that's the one that they were in for the longest, I think. Unless they were at a different place at that point, but I think they were. I think that's where they were. In fact, I know that's where they were because they left the next day. Where is it? They left the next day to go on their little journey with the Amish. And Patrick was in the condo next door, and he had the Whittakers over there making potato soup. And so, yeah, I know they were still in that condo. So there you go. Have you heard anything about Timmy, Lorraine? No, I haven't. And I don't think anybody can. I think they're kind of. I don't think they're going to let that go out to the public. Except for on those videos that are being put out. Ray had some fungus, and Lorraine, they cured her bee sting. Like I said, here's a good bologna sandwich. Yeah, go in the corner with your bologna sandwich. I gotta go do some FaceTimes. I'm gonna call that dispatcher back again. Are you? Good luck. They seem like they're getting a little crabby down there. That's funny. Most likely would have been the sheriff department that showed up. Yeah. I think that's all they have is sheriffs. Yeah, I don't know, unless they got the, I don't know. I think, yeah. And it's gent. It's not back. I mean, it's not odd, and it's not Beckley. It's gent, which is next to odd. So yeah, it would probably be probably sheriff's department. Yeah. I don't know. They'll know. I wouldn't mention even the yeah. Yeah, good call, Jenny. I wouldn't mention anything about Whittaker's either. I would just say, yeah, I'd like how can I get a hold of the body cam and the 911 call from this date out of 601 Winter Place? And if that's, let me know if that's not the, I'm sure this is the address. I'm sure, but for some reason it's not, let me know. I'm gonna, yeah, okay. Good luck. I hope you get some body cam footage. Would be awesome. Most likely would have been the sheriff department. Yep. Yeah, don't even mention Whittaker's name if you call anywhere near West Virginia. I suggest don't say Eric's name, don't say Patrick's name, and don't say the name Whittaker at all. Because it seems to be a little touchy subject down there. Yeah. Yeah. You got it? Okay, say that. Oh, there you go. So, yeah, all right, we're at 5 hours. I should probably get off here. See, I could just keep going, but, I'll put you over here. We got the kittens up and they're playing. We got, let's see, some kitten action here. Oh, they are wrestling. Little rascals. Let's see what the kittens are doing. Now they got a litter box the other day, but they think it's a toy. Hey, little kitten. Where'd they go? There they are. Mama's there. The dog is here. He's obsessed. He's pulled the sheet down so you could see him. Uh-oh. We're getting hissing. No hissing. What's going on? Yeah. We got a wrestling match here. The kittens. Mama doesn't want nothing to do with it. She is out of here. And the kittens are doing their own thing. They're all loving that cage though. Way bigger than what they had. Yeah, Gent, Jhent. It's actually a ski resort. It's called. Oh, let me make sure. Sure. Okay. Winter Haven. Wait a minute. Oh, it's the same thing. Winter Place Combo. Winter Place Condo. 601 Winter Place, and then Winter Place Condominium. That's the same address. Yeah, it's the same place. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 601 Winter Place, Gent. Mm-hmm. 25843 is the. Yeah. Yeah. So let us know how that works out. Oh, that's fine. No, we gotta stand off here with the kittens. As they stand off. Yeah, I'm gonna stand down. We got Doug watching. We got another kitten over here that I rescued. The family took off and left that one. She's cute. And then these three. They were only 5 weeks old. Yeah. Oh, guys. They're having fun. Yeah. Yeah, don't say their name. No matter what you do, for anything that you go through West Virginia, if you even just passing through the state, don't say the name Whittaker, don't say Patrick, don't say Eric. Seems to be not well received. I hope you can get the body. Yeah, I do too. I hope you can get both of them. Believe me, we'll play it here. Right away. But yeah, cool. All right, guys, you want me to wrap this up? Interesting. All right. We can continue this tomorrow night or whenever. We can finish the other half of this Eric thing before he pulls out another one. I think he'll be back either this week or next week. Just trying to figure out his next move. There you go. All right, cool. All right, I want to thank everybody for coming in, and I want to thank the person that gave that very generous super chat. That was very very generous. I really appreciate that. It was very nice. This is the first day I totally forgot about those super chats, and when I had switched my account off and then turned it back on, I forgot about the super chat. This first night I turned it back on, so that was very, very nice. I appreciate that. Yeah, hey Jenny. Good night to Jenny. Good night. Thank you, Grace, my fellow Junebug night owl. Thank you for moderating tonight. Say it out loud, Jenny. Everybody else who's left here. I know it's really late. 2:30 in the morning here. I mean, it's late for some people. Yeah, anybody else and all the other people that came in, thank you. Susan says so much. Not my monkeys. Kelly Roberts. I don't know, just kind of Tammy, Katie, Two Paws. Why did Two Paws get sad? It felt like they're being ignored or something. I don't know. I was out of the chat at that time, so I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully they're okay. Yeah, Katie and everybody else. So Florida, everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. appreciate the night owls, and the June bugs and all the other critters out here tonight. 3:30 there? Wow. 3:30, okay. Yeah. It's kind of late, huh? Kitten duty, yeah. I'm going to bring my dogs or let them out. They're going to go out and have a little. And then I got to serve them their dinner that's been in the oven waiting for them. So, yeah. All right. Peace, you guys. Peace out. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Appreciate everything you guys do. Your thumbs up, your everything. Comments are always valuable. Everything. Participation, you're showing up either during the live stream or on the replay. Thank you for watching on the replay. Thank you for everything. That about wraps it up. Love you guys. Peace, love, harmony, and all that good stuff. And yeah, peace.